Good morning, Dr. Green.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Green.
Super. Sorry I wasn't quicker.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the June 23rd, 2020 meeting of the Maryland State Board of Education to order. I'd ask everyone to please mute their phones unless you're speaking, if you're on the phone for the conference. And I'd like to call on Dr. Simpson and now do the roll call.
Good morning, everyone. Ms. Bodley?
Present.
Bates? Bates? Mr. Crawford?
Present.
Mr. DeShields?
Present.
Dr. Green?
Present.
Ms. Allen?
Present.
Dr. Harding?
I'm here.
Dr. Lee?
Present.
Ms. McCusker?
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Brandon McCarthy? Dr. Malin McCarthy? Ms. Morrow?
Present.
Mr. Phillips?
Here.
Dr. Steiner?
Here.
Mr. Sumter?
Present.
And Dr. Sandler?
Present.
The roll call is complete.
Mr. Sherman?
You have a quorum, but you have 12 members.
Thank you very much. I'd like to remind everybody this is a public meeting being conducted virtually. State board members are participating today by both audio and video. The public can access the meeting through town hall streams and streaming on YouTube. Is that still being offered today, Dr. Simpson?
No, we have the live stream going directly to town hall.
Town hall streaming is the only portal. Thank you very much. Both the option can be accessed from the State Board Meetings webpage. The meeting agenda materials are also posted there. The archived video will be posted to the website at the conclusion of our meeting. Only board members and staff presenters are able to speak. Board members are asked to hold questions and comments until the end of each presentation. Board members and staff should identify themselves when speaking. Dr. Salmon will respond to each question or comment or call on the appropriate staff to respond. I will ask Dr. Simpson to take a roll call vote for any action item, and Mr. Schoen will ratify any votes. With that, I'd like to move forward into the consent agenda for the minutes of May 27, 2020, personnel actions and budget adjustment for May 2020. What is your pleasure?
Move to accept the minutes.
First by Dr. Steiner and seconded by, was that Ms. McCarthy?
Yeah.
Dr. McCarthy. Second by Dr. McCarthy. Is there discussion? Ms. Haley?
My download did not include the resumes of the two IT candidates. Can someone send me an updated packet, please?
Dr. Salmon, will that your staff?
Yes, sir. Get the information to you, Ms. Allen.
Further discussion? Hearing none. The call for the vote. Those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none. Abstentions? There are none. Mr. Schoen?
It appears you have a positive. Unanimous.
And we now have 11 board members voting. Thank you very much. Pursuant to Section 3-5D of the General Provisions Article, Penal Code of Maryland, The State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 3 appeals, legal advice, 3 internal board management items. What is your pleasure?
I move we adjourn to executive session. Jean Henley.
Ms. Haley made the motions. Do we have a second?
I second. Rachel McCusker.
Any discussion? Hearing none, then we will move into executive session. Thank you very much.
I think we need a recorded vote on that. Is that correct, Mr. Shaw?
Yes, you need to take a vote.
Yes, thank you very much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Shum?
You have a unanimous vote, 12-0.
Thank you very much. We will move into executive session.
Charlene, are you on? Charlene, are you on still? Charlene, are you there? Or Mia?
Mary, this is Charlene. I'm here.
Hi, Charlene. I just wanted to practice on my PowerPoint because I had trouble with it yesterday. But will it show to the world if I do?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
That's why I just put up this slide adjourned to executive session.
Yeah. So Charlene, one, I've cleared everything because I was working, so I had a boatload of things open. The only thing I have is the PowerPoint. And I'm so used to the other way, which I'm fine with. I hit share at the top, right?
Yeah.
And then it says share content. And so I just hit share content, right?
Right. And then you have to go out and search for the document.
Right. But if I have it on my computer, it should be right there, right? Like it.
I don't know where it's going to direct you to when you share your content. What folder it's going to direct you to?
Okay. When I do it with Google Meets, which we do all the time, if you have your document up, it'll give you a picture of it, and you click on the picture, and your document goes up.
Okay. So when you say share content, it's going to be a selection right there.
That's the way it is in Google Meets. That's what it always is. And you just click on it and it brings it up. So I don't know whether, I got it up yesterday and then I just don't want to do it and have to do it.
Josh.
I want it to go smoothly. That's all I was.
Conversation with Charlene going out. Question mark.
So, but let me talk to Dara. So I'll just talk with her.
Okay.
Thanks, Charlene. Hey, Dara. Oh.
Heard that. Thanks. Period. Sorry for the late second link, period. For some reason, this time when I, open quote, connected, end quote, to the WebEx meeting, comma, I had somehow killed the original YouTube feed, period. So I had to create another one, period. According to the agenda, ... har. I have prepared a slide which says, open quote, the board will return from executive session momentarily, end quote, period. Just in case they are their usual late selves, period.
If you feel like giving me a lifetime of devotion, I second that emotion. I second that emotion. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. If you feel like giving me a lifetime of devotion. Come on, baby.
detected.
Yeah.
take that. Raw.
How are you?
Hey.
Sorry, am I
Oh, no.
interrupting lunch? Did you pack something good?
Well, I have corn on the cob.
Oh, that's,
Eastern Shore and all of that.
oh, that's
What do you need?
awesome. So the YouTube feed, it was really soft and really hard to hear. Did you notice?
I did not.
Okay.
I can pot up sound though, and that's exactly what I needed to hear.
Okay.
Is if we had issues like that.
Yeah, let me forward you an email from Cheryl Boast. And then as far as what's on actually on the homepage, it's the state board page.
Right.
That is town hall, correct? That's the town hall.
As far as I know, I have not checked that page today, but
Okay.
Josh said he added the YouTube link to that, or at least something that went out to the public.
Oh, right. So okay, I'll forward
So-
you her email. I mean, YouTube is meant to be a backup, as needed. But she was complaining about the YouTube feed. I noticed too. I had my speaker cranked all the way up, and it was really hard to hear.
Okay. I have an audio pot here I can open.
Okay.
But there's more stuff in settings in audio in OBS. And maybe I can work with that.
Can we get a hold of? Is it Eric at Town Hall? And can we test it prior to them going live again somehow?
Well, it's not the town hall feed. This is OBS straight to YouTube.
I see.
WebEx is going to town hall.
Got it.
So
Okay.
it was opposite last time, but that's the way they did it this time.
Got it. Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right.
But I can play with some audio stuff, and I will for the backside.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Wait, a couple of things that she's talking about feedback on microphones of Ellie and we can't do anything about that, but the soft volume, I guess we might be able to.
I think we can. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Alrighty. Mm-hmm. Guy. No, not yet. I just noticed that it sounds, so I was going to be hot on this, right? Okay. Let's see if I can knock that out. I'm not sure if that's a before streaming or after. I don't know.
Maybe since it's already been up, we can just leave it up at this point anyway.
Let me check if I can get to it.
I mean,
All right, that's not it. I need to.
Someone just said, hey, where's the meeting? Or like, oh, okay. So it's fine.
Okay, so this is WebEx. This is it. Okay. just reading this.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
I haven't.
Folks are like rummaging papers and stuff.
Right. Okay, so I won't, but I'll see if I can get it on this computer over here. My worry is that the sound, if I'm listening here, might be picked up. I don't know that without trying.
And those beeps, that's people starting to log back on.
Yeah.
So they must be getting ready to start soon, right?
Yes, I think the time was 12:40 when it's 12:57.
Okay. Oh. Good. Maybe it'll be on time this time.
That's all. Jesus, computer's slow. Okay, so you want to be ready.
This is the tip of the shoe, joining the call.
Hi, Jean.
Am I not on mute?
And you're just the first picture that popped up on my screen.
Hi, Rose. Hi, Jean. It's for Mel.
Hi.
I think you're correct. I think Town Hall unmuted hers because I closed YouTube and I'm still hearing some. So my entry, we need to remind everyone to stay muted.
Yes. They need to stay muted or just, at least until they see Warner, and then they can all,
Right.
pop up.
So I don't know. I'm almost tempted to tell Town Hall to mute it, but maybe they do this deliberately as the agenda to make sure that they're primed and ready to go as soon as something comes on.
And I can understand that. I think my first text would be to Mia. As a matter of fact, that's what I was doing. I was going to say, Mia, maybe you want to warn these guys.
Right.
So-
Good afternoon, everyone.
So here's Warner.
Welcome everybody back to our
Here we are.
state board
We're
meeting.
starting.
Yes.
I'd like to once again read the way that we will be operating today. And that is, this is a public meeting and it is being conducted virtually. State board members are particularly participating today by both audio and or video. The public can access the meeting through live streaming audio, and that is on our state board meeting webpage. The meeting agenda materials are also posted there. The archived video will also be posted to the website. And only board members, staff, and presenters will be able to speak. Board members are asked to hold questions and comments until the end of each presentation. Board members and staff should identify themselves when speaking. Dr. Solomon will respond to each question or comment or call on an appropriate staff member to do so. Mr. Schoen will ratify any votes taken during our meeting. With that, we will move into State Superintendent's reports. The first one I show is school level per pupil expenditure funding. Dr. Solomon.
Thank you, General Sumter. I'd like to introduce Emily Brandenburg, who is going to lead the board through a discussion of the posting of per pupil funding on our report card. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Dr. Salmon. And I don't know why this is starting where it is. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Salmon. Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, I'm Emily Brandenburg, Deputy Superintendent for Finance. Today, I'm prepared to give a brief overview of the federal Every Student Succeeds Act requirement to report per pupil expenditures for each local school system and school in our state. The federal Every Student Succeeds Act requires states to report the per pupil expenditures of federal, state, and local funds, disaggregated by fund source for each local school system and each school in the state. The school level per pupil data is intended to provide transparency to the public regarding education funding. This data can be another resource for school leaders, parents, policymakers, and the public to better understand the factors involved in education funding. To meet this requirement and ensure our local school systems were part of the process, the Maryland State Department of Education created a small work group of local CFOs, as well as participated in a national work group. We believed a statewide methodology, although not required by the Act, was most appropriate for our 24 local school systems. Our CFO work group developed the process for calculating per pupil expenditures for schools in the state. Today, the fiscal year 2019 school level per pupil expenditure data for every school and every district in the state is being released on our Maryland report card. Maryland's per pupil expenditure methodology includes expenditures connected to students and allocates expenditures to schools based on the type of expenditure and number of students. Expenditures reported in the instruction, including both salaries and materials, special education, maintenance, pupil personnel, transportation, and food service state categories are included in the calculation. Certain expenditures not connected directly to students are excluded. Excluded items include expenditures reported in the community service and capital outlay state categories, as well as other costs associated with students served in other programs, such as Department of Juvenile Services, Department of Human Services, non-public placement, and early childhood costs. Expenditures that support the entire district are not allocated to schools, but shown as central office expenditures. The local school system level data is the sum of all central office expenditures by fund source divided by the total enrollment. Local school systems submitted draft expenditure reports in February of 2020. MSDE reviewed these reports and provided feedback, and final certified reports were submitted in April. It is important to note that this data is best reviewed and owned by our local school systems. Per pupil expenditure data do not always allow for an accurate direct comparison because factors can vary widely from school to school. Those factors include the number of students in the school, the experience level and salary of the staff, the existence of school-based programming, the age of the building, among others. School systems have the option of including a comment for any schools with a significantly different per pupil cost than other similar schools in their district. Throughout this process, we have worked to provide updates to our key stakeholders. We have shared our plan for meeting this reporting requirement previously to the state board and to local superintendents. Additionally, we work closely with our local CFOs and public information officers, sharing research and best practice. So this first screenshot is the central office cost per pupil at the local school system level. You can see how it's disaggregated between federal and then state and local, and then the total. And the second screenshot is the per pupil expenditures reported at the school level. And again, you can see it disaggregated by federal, state, and local in total. And I wanted to thank you for your time and can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Emily. I also want to add that we have on our website, is it up, Emily, the data from every school system so it can be viewed and sorted and looked at by each county and each school?
Correct. It's downloadable, and if you go to the main page, you can do it by district, but if you go to the main page at the very bottom, there's a link that says data download. If you click on that, then you have the opportunity to click on per pupil expenditures, and from there you'll see every school system, every school, and the comment field as well, which is very helpful.
Great, thank you.
Questions, comments from the board members?
Clarence, I have one comment. I think this is great. When you go to the site, can you see, when I look at a particular school, obviously I'll be able to see the per pupil spend rate of that school. Will I also on that same screen be able to see the other report card measures?
So it's under the demographic tab currently. So when you're on the school level, you can see where it's been highlighted for demographic. So for this particular school, Hammond High, this is where it is located. We could choose enrollment, attendance, student populations, per pupil expenditures, and definitions. So it's all within that's on that particular school's page. Does that answer your question?
Not exactly. I wanted to know whether I would be able to see financial and performance data for a particular school on the same page. Is that possible?
I can get back with our folks who put this together and ask, this is what it looks like when you're viewing it on the website right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, but this is very good.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from board members?
This is Lori Morrow. I just have a quick question. Is this, so as it gets updated every year, is this going to be the normal time frame that the data is released, or is there going to be what's the normal cycle going to be for when this data is released every year?
Emily, would you address that question, please?
We actually had a conversation about that this morning. That is something that we'll have to determine moving forward. It's June might be appropriate. It'll determine what the department wants to do and what the CFOs would like to do.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing no other questions or comments?
I have a question, and if I can get in, this is Dr. Hardings.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, so first a comment, thank you for including the downloadable data set. For those of us who really love data, appreciate that. I think that allows for lots of people to do a lot of detailed analysis, so I think that's terrific. Second is just a question or a suggestion. Is there consideration moving forward at breaking out the state versus the local shares? I know that in the fact book, there's a page that usually lists the state contribution in each LEA and the county contribution in each LEA. That's really enlightening as you look at some counties that get, well, my own county, 2/3 of its funding from state sources. There are other counties that 2/3 of the funding comes from local sources. That might help to create even more, a deeper window into how the different counties and different regions of the state are funded. So just a suggestion.
I appreciate it.
Do you want to make a comment on that?
No, I've written it down as a suggestion. Okay. We are walking, and someday we'll be running with this, but we're really excited to have this posted. And
no, I appreciate that. Thank you, Emily.
This is Green. I agree with Dr. Hardings that it would be very beneficial and very interesting to see that breakout of state and local, so that true comparisons can be made between the counties.
Ms. Haley?
Yeah, I would like to see if you can provide a summary by county for the board to look at. So the only way to do it right now is to put each county in And it'd be helpful to me if I could see by county how these numbers vary. Just a summary report would be fantastic.
I think we have that available, Ms. Hallie, so we can send that out to you.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Can you go to the previous slide? I just don't know if I'm misunderstanding. So for this county, is the total pupil expenditure only 1,298? What am I missing? Because that seems really low.
Emily, can you address that, please?
Something really obvious that I'm just not seeing.
Emily, are you able to address this?
Yes,
You might
thank
be
you.
on mute.
I am, yeah. I was muted by the host. I couldn't figure out how to unmute me. Those are the central office costs.
Those are central office costs. Okay, so every time you see a county, it's...
Yes, the costs associated with the operation of central office. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Haley?
So when you look at, can you look at what's actually getting down to the classroom? Is that some other report?
We don't have it.
I don't think we have that capacity at the state level. It might be something they can do at the local level, but we'd have to look into that. I don't think that's anything that I've ever seen done before.
Well, let me just ask it a different way. We know how much per pupil funding is by county and local school system. We now know how much it is per pupil for the overhead that goes to the local schools. But wouldn't it just be the difference? Or no?
Well, let's say that you have a school that has 100 classrooms with 100 different teachers teaching different sections. It could be a high school. It could be a pretty complicated thing to figure out. So, I mean, we can look into it, but I don't think it's been done anywhere else.
So let me ask it a different way. There is probably this, I know it's been here in the past, but I didn't try and navigate it today or when I was reviewing this. There's somewhere on our site that has per pupil funding by county. And I thought that in the past we had also a statistic of how much was going to the classroom. Where would I find that information?
Well, I think it was broken up by transportation, instructional materials. Those are the categories of the local school system budget. So you can see what the percentages are that go into that. Those are the kind of things that were on the fact book before, but not down to that classroom level, but only to the system level.
I think, sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, but did you mean to ask how much money actually went to instruction as opposed to everything else? I don't think you were asking for classroom by classroom, were you? You were asking for the instructional portion. So,
yeah, I'm looking at this at the system level. I'd like that information.
That data. Yes.
And so, and it's on the website as well, right?
Emily, can you comment on that? I haven't looked at it.
Select financial data. That's how much is budgeted, but it's under the select financial data tables on our website.
Can we see that?
What I'm saying is when you look at the report card, there is one piece that goes down to the school level, but then there's another piece that's at the county level that gives this data. It might be helpful to also have on that page the system statistics. It wouldn't translate to all of the underlying schools, but just for that system.
I'm not understanding the question. Do you mean the instructional per pupil spending by system?
By system, there is a per pupil funding amount. And then there's another report, as Dr. Salmon said, that says, here's how much is transportation, all of those things. So in the report card, there is some system by system data. And I'm just saying, can we augment that system data to have that high level data? Because this is only the overhead piece. but we have other data about the funding at a system level.
Well, the one thing I will just say about that, the data that you see in the classroom, in the school, in the school, is all of the funding except for what's in that page that Dr. Lee was talking about with the district funding. So all of it is incorporated into that amount on that page. It does not include capital costs, which you would see on that district sheet. It doesn't include transportation, so it doesn't include those things, but it includes everything else: salaries, fixed charges.
Yeah, I'm going back to Dr. Lee's question. It's very confusing to see a total of $1,000 when we know that students in Maryland have a per pupil funding of greater than $1,000. So I think for the reader, we need to have a whole picture so that they understand what they're looking at.
Okay, well, we'll try to work on that, and I'll work on, getting something back to make sure we're on the right trail.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? I think it'd be good to look at that detail, because I think if the blueprint for Maryland's future is finalized eventually, I think there's a requirement for us to look at those numbers. I might be wrong, but the fidelity would be helpful. Dr. Simon, next item is Maryland Together, Maryland's Recovery Plan for Education, June 2020.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Sumter. I am happy to give you an update on where we are right now. As you're aware, we are in stage 2 of the governor's roadmap to recovery, and we've made the move towards having or allowing school systems to non-public school systems to reopen their buildings for small groups of students and staff for summer learning. So we're very excited about this, and we're moving forward to the next stage. Circumstances, as you know, continue to evolve at a rapid pace, and we've been working very, very diligently to anticipate a lot of the eventualities that we would have to come up in the fall with. We released a second iteration of this plan on June the 9th, following significant input from our Recovery Plan Committee, from superintendents and other stakeholders across the state. And there's another meeting scheduled on June 30th, which is next Tuesday, to consider additional revisions and additions to the plan. There were several key additions to the plan in June, including a number of requirements that were added for local school systems. We received a lot of feedback they wanted our guidance at the state level to be more firm. So in each local recovery plan, the department is requiring the inclusion of a number of what we call non-negotiable items. There are now sections with recommendations for supporting students with underlying conditions, English learners, and community school programs. We've also added guidance on aligning many of the recommendations and options with the governor's plan for recovery, educational equity, preparation and safety considerations for a return to interscholastic athletics. Next slide, please. When I made the announcement alongside the governor that school systems could start bringing students and staff back into the building for small group summer instruction, I reiterated my strong feeling that systems need to bring back students who have been most negatively impacted and disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Ensuring that the statewide recovery process includes equitable access to resources and educational opportunities, but also understanding learning loss and providing effective, proactive social-emotional learning support for students is a vital portion of our plan, and was one of the areas that we received the most feedback for stronger guidance. It's critical that we don't use just the word equity, but make sure that it's actionable, and it's why we've added a required equity component to what local school systems must consider in their recovery plan. This means demonstrating strategies and activities that will reinforce the equity regulation that you as a board approved last year. I strongly have been encouraging local systems to also use the equity guidebook and that the department put out last year, and also to utilize some of the strategies identified there. Hopefully we will hear about some of those strategies that our systems are going to be using in our later presentations. Some of our other non-negotiables are listed here. Each school system must establish a local stakeholder recovery group that is representative of its schools and its community, and their equity plans need to be an integrated component of every step of their recovery plan. Early in the upcoming year, systems and schools must determine where their students are instructionally, identify the gaps in learning, and prepare a path for instructional success and recovery. The Maryland College and Career Ready Standards and all state frameworks for each content area must continue to be followed. And a system must also be in place to track student attendance and engagement in distance learning activities. Local school systems must also be following the provisions of the Americans with Disabilities Act and also the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, as well as all health and safety protocols developed by MSDE and the Maryland Department of Health for daily cleaning and collection of materials, as well as procedures if a student or a staff member tests positive for COVID-19. We've used a lot of different resources to develop all the requirements and recommendations within the Comprehensive Recovery Plan, and we've utilized guidance from the Governor's Recovery Team, the State Board, federal and state health officials, as well as collaboration with other states and chief education officers throughout the country. Additional updates that will accompany the recovery plan will include this decision tree that outlines how decisions about schools have been made and will be made throughout the different stages of the governor's and the department's recovery plans. We thought that this was an effective way of visualizing how we have been progressing through each stage as it relates to the reopening of schools, and that will give everyone an idea of how we will continue as we move forward into stage 3 eventually. And now I will stand for any questions that you may have on the update.
Questions, comments, Ms. McCusker?
Good morning,
Yes.
Dr. Salmon. Thank you. Good morning. This is Rachel McCusker. Thank you, Dr. Salmon, for all the work you've been putting in on the recovery plan with our stakeholder groups and members of the board and MSDE. I do have a question about the guidance for, we have very specific guidance for starting sports activities again. Will we give some guidance regarding other types of extra or co-curricular activities? I know that, I'm sure it's your intention to allow those things to begin as we're allowing sports to begin. And I'm sure you don't want to get into the weeds of every single activity that's out there because there are so many wonderful options for our students across the state. But are we going to maybe give a little bit of guidance on how we can begin to start those activities as well as sports activities?
Yeah, that's a great point. And we had talked about this before. I'm thinking about band camp, and those kinds of things that I think are so important to our middle and high school students. And those are things that, again, we hope to let the school systems have some discretion with. The reason why we have such prescriptive things around sports and athletics is because it is a whole entity that is kind of apart from MSDE and schools, and there are lots of regulations associated with it. But we pretty much have said to superintendents, you can bring back small groups of students, look at what the advice is right now with, protocols for social distancing and things. And I see no worries for those extracurricular activities to begin in the time that they need to. Some of the superintendents have actually put on their website some timelines. I saw one for Howard County yesterday where different things are staged out this summer. So I think our superintendents are all thinking about this. And as you probably know, since you might be involved in your own county's recovery plan, there are many groups working, really right now to try to get these plans made and get them up on the website so parents know what's going on. You make a great point, and I'm glad you brought that up.
Dr. Salmon, David Steiner here. Could you talk a little bit about providing teachers, parents, students with the diagnostic information they'll need to ensure instruction and gap closure in the fall? My understanding from an earlier conversation was that the state assessments in math and ELA that would have been given this spring will be given in the fall. I wanted to confirm that. And also maybe say a word about other subject matters that aren't covered by state assessments.
Right, and yeah, we had had this conversation in a number of different forums lately about state assessments. We will not be giving a state diagnostic test in reading and math in the fall. We are going to rely on formative and teacher diagnostic assessments in those content areas, because there's so many content areas that aren't covered by reading and mathematics. And our teachers have good diagnostic tools to use to look at the gaps. And frankly, with the social emotional trauma that we expect to see most of our students bringing back, the last thing that people wanted to do was to put a 3-hour state assessment in front of a student. So we will not be doing that.
Are we recovering the funds that were paid to the test makers or the test?
Actually, we're still in the development phase for the test that we were to give this past spring in terms of the field assessments that we were developing. So we're still working on all those assessment items, and we'll be doing that in the spring if everything goes well and getting back to school in the fall.
I just want to say for the record that I do not recall the board approving this change. I think it's a very major change, this decision on assessment, without judging the positives or negatives. I have to say I'm surprised this didn't come to the board.
Well, I don't think we ever talked about, we've never had a state diagnostic assessment. It's just not something that, the board leadership and I talked about it. I've talked to the teachers union about it. I've talked to the legislature about it. It is not something that anybody wanted to pursue. So that's where we are.
Karen, this is Gail. On that same line of thinking, if there's no standard across the system, how are we going to know where the various students are with respect to beginning the education this coming year? I mean, how much have they lost? Where do they rank? That could vary from classroom to classroom, or school to school, or system to system. Where's the sense of unity, or how do we know, how we compare as a whole, and what kinds of efforts these students are going to need so that we can make sure they're getting what they need?
Again, we only ever had state assessments in terms of anything for the major content areas. Every teacher is very capable, in my opinion, of diagnosing where their students are when they come back. If I'm a 5th grade math teacher and I know what the Maryland College and Career Ready standards are for 5th grade, I can give a pre-assessment and I know where to start teaching, and I can look at the results for each of my children. And that's what the teachers will be doing in all of the areas of reading and math, social studies, science. They all know what the standards are, and they all know where their students are supposed to be for each of the grade levels. So that will be incumbent upon the local systems to do. And then in the spring, when we do in our state assessments, we'll be able to see where students are on a statewide basis, reading and math.
I just have to say that creating these kind of assessments in any rigorous way is a hugely complex undertaking. I simply don't share the superintendent's view here. We were, the last time this was discussed, we were told the state tests would be used in English and math. We were even told that the results would be turned around very rapidly for the teachers. So I just feel this is a very major decision on a policy basis that didn't come to the board. Thanks.
Other comments, questions? Ms. Haley?
I have a comment and a question. So I really appreciate that all around the state, the superintendents and the teachers and the department have been cooperating in terms of looking at a recovery plan. I am concerned that the recovery plans are going to be posted on August 14th. I want to make sure that we have some insight in terms of how these plans are progressing. It doesn't have to be definitive because we know we're in a situation that changes rapidly, but I'd like to at least have a sense around the state of what the individual counties are doing. And, you know, if they have different scenarios, if this happens, we're going to pursue this, that's fine as well. And I'm interested as well that we have parents that are going to be in all different kinds of situations and students that will find themselves in different situations. So I'd like to hear how each county is thinking through that.
You know, that's a great idea. Maybe what we'll do, Ms. Haley, is switch from presenting continuity of learning plans, since that's, you know, in the past. And at our upcoming meeting, let's do a couple of recovery plans so that you can see the processes that local school systems are going through. I do know, just had a conversation with the superintendent this morning, that the stakeholders that they have in helping with their recovery plans, they've been meeting for a while. Additionally, most of the superintendents have already done a little survey to see how many of their teachers want to come back or can come back versus how many students or parents might want a different way to learn for the upcoming fall. So why don't we do that kind of a shift, and we'll have a couple systems present their recovery plans at the next meeting.
That would be fabulous, but is it also possible to give us some kind of summary? And I totally respect there may be blanks in places in the summary, but so that we have a sense across the state what's happening. And it's not going to be the kind of report where we have long times to polish it and make sure everything. I'm just looking for the directional sense that we could look around the state and see
we'll
how
definitely try
it's
to put
being
something
managed.
together for the next board meeting.
This is Gail. This is Gail. Again, I would be interested in across the state, because I know that in my years in watching the system, there's disparities across the state. And I'd like to see what everybody's doing so we get a better sense of how we're doing as a state, not just as one or two or three individuals. So I prefer to see a little bit of everything. Thank you.
We'll definitely try to put something together, Senator, and then we'll highlight a couple of plans that you can see, down in the weeds of what it really looks like. And how did they come up with it? Who did they involve in the planning process?
This is Rose.
Again, if you could make it, good and bad, some of the top ones and some of the lower ones would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This is Rose. I just wanted to also echo the concern about not testing any of the kids, because I understand the concerns. I'm just wondering if there's some way to at least gather, if teachers are all doing assessments, to gather that information so there is a way to monitor, because one could argue that now is the time to test, because we've had a spring where reports are that, half the kids aren't learning, and there's regression. So it might be useful to capture how low are we, so that we have a way to understand that. And I thought you made a good point. If the teachers are doing some kind of assessment, then maybe there's some way to capture that, but it seems pretty idiosyncratic the way it's described. And then my second comment is there any thought given to kind of more logistical issues, for example, masks and I can't remember the thing for with your hand sanitizers. Is there any thought given to having the state maybe coordinate that and about whether everyone should be wearing a mask, but adolescents and children inevitably forget their masks or lose it, and so there has to be some protocol of the school has to have a supply of these masks. And then I know from my own investigation from my company reopening that sometimes if you want to buy masks, you have to buy in 10,000 quantities. So there's economies of scale if the central state department can organize that response. I don't know if that's something that's been discussed, or does every local jurisdiction do it themselves, but it could be an opportunity for the state to step in and provide some kind of centralizing efficiencies to help the locals.
Right, so to your first point, yes, we can look at the recovery plans. They're going to have to show how they are assessing their students to know what the learning needs are and also what the social emotional needs are as well, which I'm going to tell you all is, you know, you can't imagine some of the stories we're hearing about what students have been going through. So it's going to be paramount to look at social emotional learning as we go back to school. In terms of PPE, we have already been working with our local school systems to get them hooked up with the Department of General Services and FEMA for PPE supplies. You may remember in one of my very early reports, I let the board know that many of our school systems had donated their existing stuff from their nurses' offices and things to the hospitals and other places. So the local health departments are now in the process of restoring everything that they got donated. So our school system should have the information and the PPE that they need to get those devices before school starts. So we are coordinating that on a statewide basis.
Ms. McCusker.
Thank you, General. Dr. Salmon, I just wanted to thank you for your vote of confidence in teachers' abilities to very quickly diagnose their students and where they are in their learning curve, where it's a normal part of the teaching process first thing every year as we begin school for teachers to very quickly assess and determine where their students are with the state standards and their skills, and to make a plan for beginning to address where their needs are, meet them where they are, and move them forward and have them ready for any type of state level testing that's going to go in the fall. And I think that I appreciate very much, you know, the teachers appreciate very much that you are concerned about the social and emotional things that we're going to see happening with students in the fall, and that needs to be a primary concern, and that what would look like even what would be diagnostic, anything that looks like a state assessment is something that would simply add to that social and emotional trauma that kids are having. It just simply heightens those emotions for kids, and I appreciate that you recognize people's professional ability to diagnose and get education.
Thank you.
Ms. Morrow.
I want to echo a little bit of what Ms. McCusker said as well. I know there was some talk about the diagnostic assessments, and actually I'm glad to see that we've stepped back from that a little bit, and did not want to see that additional stress put on our students or our teachers right at the beginning of the year. I did have two questions about the slides. There was one on slide 7, it talked about locals developing a system for tracking attendance. Is MSDE putting out better guidance, or is this something we need to work on as a board for defining engaged in distance learning so that can be more standardized than what we saw last month? And then my second question, you talked about schools being allowed to do small group instruction over the summer. I was just curious how many school districts are actually have actually made plans to take advantage of that and do that this summer.
Okay, both really good questions. Let me start with the last one, and then I may have to get you to tell me the first one again. But anyway, the school systems are kind of, you know, they first were very focused on doing all virtual learning this summer, you know, for all their programs. But as they knew that they could open up, we see more and more school systems adapting to that. I don't have a report. I will hopefully have something by the next board meeting to let you know that information, because I think people are really anxious. Teachers are really anxious to get back and at least see their kids, you know, face to face if they can. So I think we're going to see more systems taking advantage of it. I think they just didn't think it was going to be possible, but now that we see our numbers continue to decline and we're continuing to do a good job, you know, across the state, I think people are feeling a little more confident about that. And I'm sorry, I did forget the first question. The attendance.
The tracking attendance. Are we standardizing what that's going to mean as a state?
Yes, one of the things that was really tough with the engagement piece was the various learning platforms that school systems were using to track attendance. And every superintendent has expressed to me that they are going to have either a different learning platform or they're going to have a way to track this for the students that choose to stay online versus the ones that come back to school. So yes, we're going to have to come up with that because we have to start, we have our per pupil funding that is based on enrollment and who's there and who's not there. We're going to look at home and hospital and online learning as being in attendance, and we'll have to have maybe a different criteria for how we measure that if students are online virtually versus in the school. But yeah, we've got to, it was just like everything else. We had three, all of a sudden we flipped the switch, we're online, and we haven't ever done it before. Now, in retrospect, people are really looking forward to improve whatever we did in the spring to be better if we have to ever do it again. So good to highlight that because we definitely have to do that.
Thank you for all the work that you've done on this.
Thanks so much.
Other questions, comments? If not, then we will review.
I had a question, General. This is for
Dr. Green, please.
Hi, Dr. Salmon. Question. The counties are doing several surveys. In fact, I think you probably suggested to the superintendents that they begin to do surveys because I started seeing emails of different counties asking for other counties' suggestions.
Right.
Will we be getting the data from results from some of those surveys, like on distance learning and attendance? Will we, as a board, be seeing that data coming back?
I think it's going to be very interesting. I think we'll want to do a statewide kind of a research study of what does this look like in the fall? What did people decide to do? How many parents decided to send their kids back versus how many parents decided they wanted to keep them home and do virtual learning? We're going to be talking, Jean's going to be talking a little bit this afternoon about what we're doing with digital learning and that process. And so we have an opportunity to do a lot of data collection on this and to share information around this whole issue.
I mean, specifically when the counties do surveys for their parents, we'll be able to see those results as well?
I'm saying maybe we can see the aggregate of all of that in terms of how many kids are doing this or how many kids are doing that or how many teachers don't want to come back versus how many do. So I think we're going to be able to collect some of that and give it back to you. Yes.
Especially in regards to their experience with distance learning. That's going to be key, just in case.
Absolutely. We won't say that though, right? Right.
My fingers crossed.
And I also have a question. So I would say that before the pandemic, just from my perspective, both as a student and just knowing a lot of students around the state and a lot of research about education, I had always thought that social emotional learning was one of the biggest barriers we have for academic success for students, and that has all obviously been heightened. So I guess my question is, what are like concrete things that the department will do or is planning to do to really provide some accountability to make sure that students have extra supports? They have, do they have adequate staff needed for these things? Like, what are some ways that we can have a bit more concrete ways of showing that, our students are getting the supports they need socially and emotionally, and it's really down and actually affecting them, or they're not? So sort of more of those concrete things that we can evaluate.
Right. It's a good point, Noreen. And the whole issue is, we provide a lot of professional development out there. We've been doing a lot since the last, since March with social workers, with psychologists, giving them strategies for the evidence-based procedures we know that work. They've been, our kids have gotten supports during this time. Again, not in person, but definitely online and FaceTime and those kinds of things. So we have been working on that all along. But I think the school systems are very much in tune with doing some really demonstrative kinds of activities when the students come back. Again, first day you walk in the classroom, we're not going to do a diagnostic test. We're going to see what were your experiences as a student during this time? What did you think about digital learning? A lot of specific activities to bring out students' opinions and beliefs, and also to have them share, because that is one of the greatest things, to share those kinds of things during these times, when kids have been traumatized. So systems are thinking about those specific things. We'll be there to provide the professional development on evidence-based practices, and then we're going to find out, we want to know what worked the best, and so we're going to need to collect some information on that. How are your referrals up for mental health services? All those kinds of things are going to be on the forefront for us when school starts again.
For sure. Something I also just, again, really want to echo, I know we have like a lot of supports in place right now, and we did even during distance learning, but I think the overall gist that I've been hearing from students across the state in every jurisdiction is that they didn't really feel very emotionally supported. They maybe would get like a message on their learning management system from an answer asking how they were doing, but they didn't really feel empowered to really ask for the supports they needed, whether that be instructionally or emotionally. So I think we're going to have to get really, really innovative in the ways that we actually make sure students are using those supports, that they have them, and they feel comfortable with them. I get really worried when we talk about mental health and social emotional learning, because we have our students that do really, really well at the top, and then our students at the bottom that get a lot of supports. But I think our gray area kids will get lost a lot when we get back to school, if we do. So I think a lot of that is very important. So I think we'll have to have different conversations than we have in the past about social emotional learning.
I totally agree. Yeah, and it's got to be, it's kind of like our equity initiatives. They've got to be specific. We can't just have the rhetoric around it and not really be doing anything specific. So Mary Gable and her group, I know Walt Salee is on the call today. There are a lot of things that those folks have been doing throughout this time, and they're there to support the school systems in trying to make sure that our kids are okay when they come back. I've also talked to superintendents about using some of the funding for increased supports in that area. I said you may need to have more medical people, more nurses, more social workers, more, our schools may have to become more like community-based schools so that we can really serve the whole child, because it's going to be different. And I liken this to a situation when we had the Hurricane Katrina, and all the schools were wiped out down south, and I went to visit, and the things that they were dealing with for kids that had been through flooding and being in the top of their houses in the trying to get out of their roof. I mean, these are real things that have impacted our kids who've been home with parents or relatives that have died from the virus, that have had really hard issues. And we need to be there for those kids. That's one of our things that we need to do. Maslow's hierarchy is an old thing, but we do need to make sure those social, emotional needs are met too. And if I don't have another chance, and I know it's kind of odd, but I just want to thank you, Noreen, for your service to the board. You have been a good thought partner, and I hope that you will continue to lend your voice, my emails, as we go forward. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr.
Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. And first, I want to apologize. I understand the last time I spoke, it was a little muffled. I'd thrown on the headphones because the house got noisy, and apparently it didn't sound very good. Am I clearer this time?
You sound great.
Okay. And I want to piggyback on what Noreen was saying. I was going to wait till a little bit later in the meeting. I had been prepared to talk about social and emotional learning and the needs of teachers and students coming into the school year a little bit later in the meeting. But I feel like since we're in the middle of this discussion, this might be an opportune time to say kind of what I have prepared to say. And so if you don't mind, I do have a comment about the social emotional learning and addressing that in the fall or before the fall, so that we're ready for the fall. But research and longstanding educational theory tells us that students who are experiencing childhood traumas and who experience the insecurities presented by poverty, which is heightened now, and who come to school in survival mode, aren't positioned to fully access academic learning. And it was just what Dr. Salmon was talking about, the idea that we have Maslow before Bloom, that Maslow's hierarchy must be met before kids are ready to access Bloom's taxonomy of learning. But a lot of schools are still operating with a deficit of resources aimed at helping our at-risk students accessing the social and emotional resources they need to succeed in school. And we, public officials like us, we write laws and policies that are aimed at addressing a myriad of issues related to poverty and equity, and then we kind of walk away and expect teachers and administrators to figure out how to make them work. And when we return to instruction in a couple of months, the social and emotional needs of our students are going to be greater than ever, and we're going to have to rectify the glaring inequities that have finally been laid bare for the world to see. I think we always knew that the inequities were there, but we just never saw it as glaringly obvious as it is right now. And later today, we're going to talk about school suspension data and arrest data. But until we receive the funding for the support personnel and comprehensive training and resources that we need to address the root causes of these social and emotional learning issues, we're just not going to see the academic growth and equitable education opportunities that we're charged with providing to students across the state. And I feel like schools are uniquely positioned in our communities to affect positive social change through educational opportunities and wraparound services like we see in the community schools. But we can't do it unless we're funding it. So I really feel like this body should be working to address that and change that and to prioritize social and emotional supports and the funding to implement them as we come into this uncharted territory in the fall. And I would like to make a motion that maybe we convene a work session with teachers and counselors and key education stakeholders prior to the start of the coming year so that we can find out what these key people believe are the supports they need and how we're going to secure the funding to implement those supports with equity and fidelity across the state. Did I overwhelm everybody?
No, thank you. Well said. It's true. There are going to have to be funds to take care of these emotional needs of the students, and we need to address that. I think that we should probably get with the superintendent after this meeting and discuss a group to look at how we can leverage those things that are in the community and what we can do to look to funds and movement of funds where we can. It's everybody senses that this is a very unusual and very trying time for the students and for the parents. So perhaps if we do this right, we can help within the home, not just when the student comes to. So I really appreciate that. Are there other comments, suggestions?
Could I just respond to that real quick? So
all right, and then Dr. Hartens.
Thank you, Rachel. What I think we'll do for our July board meeting is we'll have Mary and Walt come and do a presentation about what they've done already and what they are planning to do. So at least you'll have a better understanding of where we are and where we're going. And then we can maybe talk about what is next. What are the next steps? So we'll plan to do that. If that's okay with Jean and the general, we'll add that to our agenda for next month.
Thank you.
Dr. Hartings?
It's just adding to all of what's been said. I think the most important thing that we can do right now for the social emotional needs of kids is find a way to get them back into school in the fall. Because if we can't do that, none of the plans, none of the funding, none of any of the things that Ms. McCusker or Dr. Salmon or the other people have talked about it, or Ms. Bodden talked about, is going to matter. Kids pay a real price for the fact that they're not in school. And I'm just going to say what I think some people are hesitant to say right now, which is that there's no question that there are public health risks associated with the virus as we bring students back to school. But I think that also has to be weighed against the other very real public health problems that having children isolated and out of school for extended periods of time have caused and will cause. And I think it is the responsibility of the adults in the state to figure out a way to get our kids back in school.
Ms. Podway, and thank you very much, Justin.
I completely agree with Dr. Hardings. I think when we're in a position that things are safer, I think we really do need children back in the buildings. And I think when they're back in our brick and mortar buildings, we need to really listen to them. Again, I know we talk a lot about ways to engage students and communicate with them, but it's really hard. I think when you have a large classroom focused so much on instruction and academics, to actually hear students out, and I'll be completely honest as well. I think a lot of times when we're making policy from a level that often neglects people that are impacted directly by those policies, usually there's a big gap in what works and what doesn't. So I think a lot of times we have to engage students both in what's being done at the local levels, at the school levels, to support them socially, emotionally, what's working, what's not, and we have to be completely true and honest to notice that most of the time, social emotionally, our students are not doing well. And this virus has really taken a lot of issues that my generation has seen with mental health, with, a lot of toxicity on the internet, with, people going through challenges with depression and suicidal thoughts and actions and attempts, and people losing loved ones. Like, there has been so much trauma that's been really amplified. And I have known so many people, if not everyone that I know personally, in every jurisdiction, hundreds of students that have been so personally affected by this. And I think we really need to make sure that we're listening to them and seeing what they need and what's working and what's not. Because again, I don't think if you go and you tell students, oh, you can go to your counselor, oh, you can do this, oh, you can do that, that it'll work. And even then, a lot of times counselors have a lot of things on their plate to deal with regarding academics. And those are already generally tend to be very understaffed to the level that I think they need to be. So we have to get very innovative and very particular about making sure that we reach out to students as well in these discussions, because again, the challenges of our generation, how they're dealing with this trauma would be very different from how any other circumstance would be. So I think student voice in this regard is also very paramount.
Dr. McCarthy?
So, Dr. Hardings, I completely agree with you. I think we need to figure this out. I think we know enough about the science. I think there's very clear guidelines for social distancing and how to keep us safe. And I agree with you, children need to be in school. And I also want to compliment you, Ms. Bodley, on your stalwart advocacy for students, and you're very thoughtful and intelligent and far-reaching and encompassing comments on the proceedings of the board and also on looking at the big picture, pulling things together and talking with respect to what are we doing here? Whatever we're doing is in the name of children. And so I want to compliment you and wish you well. And I agree wholeheartedly with you. If we don't take that into account and speak to people that it affects, we're going to miss the mark. So thank you.
Further comments? And we'll move on to the third item, which is review of data relating to pre-kindergarten to grade 2 suspensions and expulsions and arrests on school premises. Dr. Solomon?
So thank you, General Sumter. And this is an item that we were going to be talking about in March. And we all know what happened in March, and we all know that our board meeting took on a different tone. And so we're getting back into some of these issues now that I believe are very necessary in terms of the state board to have some policy discussions on and to have some information about. And especially given the fact that, we have this issue with racial inequities across the state and in our schools. And, we just have to make sure we know what's happening with our data and make sure we are doing something demonstrative about it. So today we're going to have a little research report done on pre-K through 2 suspensions with Dara, Dr. Shaw, our researcher, and we're going to talk about the fact that the law was passed and we're not supposed to be suspending students for things like insubordination. However, that still is occurring. But I will also go back to Ms. McCusker's conversation, and that is we do have incredibly challenging students coming into our schools at a very young age that require so many different resources, and some of our schools are not programmed for those students. And we need to, again, look at what are the best practices that are assisting these students to be able to remain in the schools and benefit from their educational experiences. So it's a double-edged sword. It's not an either-or thing that, it's something we have to really make sure we're providing the right resources for teachers and administrators to be able to handle some of the needs of these students without suspension. And then Mary is going to come on and discuss the fourth year of our report on arrests. These are, again, your transmittal, I think, spells this out, but these are not the arrests that the schools are making. These are arrests that are referrals, paper referrals, or police interventions in our schools. And we want to take a look at that disaggregated data, which is absolutely unbelievably disproportionate for our Black and brown children, and we need to do something about that as well. So Dara, that's the cue set for you to begin your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon to Dr. Salmon and to the board. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay. So as introduced by Dr. Salmon, I'm first going to talk about the policy impact of HB 425 or Senate Bill 651, suspensions in early grades. What I'm going to be showing to you today is one portion of the findings. I would like to refer the board to the report that we are releasing concurrent with this presentation. If there are additional questions or additional data points, most of the information can be found in there as well. And that report and presentation will be available to the public as well. As a background, I'm going to be talking about, again, House Bill 425, Senate Bill 651, which was passed by the state legislature in spring of 2017 and entered into COMAR in December of 2017. What that law says is that a pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, first grade, or second grade student may not be suspended or expelled unless federal law requires it. That falls under offenses or incidences such as carrying a firearm on school property. Or if a direct quote from the law, if the school administration in consultation with a school psychologist or other mental health professional determines that there is an imminent threat of serious harm to other students or staff that cannot be reduced or eliminated through interventions and supports. Imminent threat of serious harm is defined as likely and immediate danger of significant physical injury. In addition, the law requires that schools shall provide intervention and support to address behavior for both the suspended student and for students who would not otherwise, who prior to the passage of the law might have been suspended for insubordination, for disrespect, for things like that, who are disruptive, but now after the passage of the law should not have been suspended. The research questions that we looked at that we're going to answer for you today. First, were out of school suspensions eliminated for pre-K to grade 2 students after the law was passed, after the law was implemented? Second, did out of school suspensions decrease for those grades? Third, did some grades show greater changes? Fourth, did some student groups show greater changes? And fifth, did some local school systems show greater changes? Our first research question, were out of school suspensions eliminated for pre-kindergarten to grade 2 after the implementation of the law? The answer is no. You can see the 2 years that are highlighted in the green square. Those are the 2 years after the law was passed. So again, it was first implemented in the 2017-2018 school year. What this graph is showing you is the percent of all pre-K to 2 students who were suspended at least once. Again, in the report, we also have counts of the number of suspension incidences So in this case, again, you can see that in the chart below, I'm talking about the number of students suspended, which was 1,251. However, there were a total of 1,999 suspension incidences in school year 17-18. The written report has more information about the number of incidences. In this report that I'm giving you today, I'm going to describe the percent of pre-K to 2 students who were suspended at least once. So again, our first question, were out of school suspensions eliminated in those 2 highlighted years? And the answer, as you can see, is no. During those 2 years, approximately 1,200 students in those grades were suspended at least once, which amounts to about 0.5% of all students in those grades. Our second question, did out-of-school suspensions decrease for those grades? And here you can see the year before and after the law was first implemented, highlighted in green, and the answer is yes. And the percent of pre-K to 2 students who were suspended at least once was cut just about in half in school year 2017-2018. 2017, prior to implementation of the law, about 1% of pre-K to 2 students were suspended at least one time. And in 2018, again, about 0.5% of pre-K to 2 students were suspended at least once. That is a statistically significant change or statistically significant decrease of 0.56 percentage points. Again, this is just exactly what I said, but I wanted to have it in writing as well, because I know that not everyone loves graphs and tables quite as much as I do. But this is written out, the findings for the first 2 research questions. Out-of-school suspensions were not eliminated, they did decrease. Our next question was, did some grades show greater changes in out-of-school suspensions after the implementation of the law, and in what patterns? Again, this is the same number, same statistic that I showed you before, the percent of pre-K to 2 students suspended at least one time. During those school years, 2017 is before the implementation of the law, 2018 is after first implementation, and you can see a statistically significant decrease in all grades. Grade 3 is provided for comparison because if we saw a similar decrease for grade 3, then we might not attribute the changes in the primary grades to the law. If all of the grades went down, including 3rd grade, then there might have been something else going on here. So grade 3 is provided for comparison, and we don't see a statistically significant decrease in grade 3. So we can infer that, yes, not only did pre-K to 2 go down, but it also likely went down because of the implementation of the law. You can see that suspensions went down. If you look at the final column of the table, that grade 1 suspensions dropped the most. They went down about 0.8 of a percentage point, followed by grade 2, maybe the next drop, which was 0.6 of a percentage point, followed by kindergarten and pre-kindergarten. And again, if you don't like the graphs, if you prefer the words, here are the words of the finding. The percent grade 2, the percent, all grades showed a statistically significant decrease with the amount varying by grade level. Our next question, did some student groups show greater changes in out-of-school suspensions after the implementation, and in what patterns? And I have the same 2 school years highlighted for you. 2017 prior to implementation, 2018 is first implementation. The student groups that are shown in the graph are the student groups for which the number of students suspended is greater than 10. We do not report statistics if the number of students suspended is less than 10 to preserve student privacy. One thing actually that I should note for all of these graphs is that I'm focusing on the the 17 to 18 transition. 2019, we don't see much change from 18 to 19. So again, to answer the question, did some student groups show greater changes in their out-of-school suspensions? The answer here you can clearly see is yes. Our Black students had the highest rate of suspension in 2017. In 2017, 2.2% of Black pre-K to second graders were suspended at least once. In 2018, that student group, as you can see, is still clearly the highest suspension rate. About 1% of all Black pre-K to 2 students were suspended at least once. But that student group also showed the greatest decrease after implementation of the law. Again, the percent of students was cut, percent of those students suspended was cut approximately in half. After that, our students of 2 or more races. 2017, about 1% of pre-K to 2 students identifying as 2 or more races were suspended. And in 2018, that percent is 0.67% for a change of 0.37. That is followed by white students and Hispanic or Latino students. Those student groups had the smallest decrease between 2017 and 2018. But as you can see, those student groups also had the lower rates to begin with. We also looked at students with disabilities or students by disability status and by gender. The solid blue line on top is, again, the percent of students with disabilities who were suspended each of those years. In 2017, about 2.5% of all pre-K to 2 students with disabilities had been suspended out of school at least once. 2018, that number decreased to 1.5%. Male students, you can see 2017, 1.8%, 2018, 0.88%. So again, as we saw with the race ethnicity groups, all groups made statistically significant decreases. The students who were being suspended at the highest rates to begin with did make the largest decreases in 2018, but the rank ordering of those student groups did not change. Again, same thing if you prefer the written out version versus the graphs. And finally, we asked, did some local school systems show greater changes than others? What you're seeing here, the blue dot is the percent of pre-K to 2 students who were suspended at least once in 2017. The red diamond is the percent of those students suspended in 2018. Any school system where you see a number sign or a hashtag next to their name, that means that they are missing one or more of the dots because, again, the number of students suspended is less than 10, but it did show you approximate data. So for example, for Allegheny County, in that first slot, they do have a blue dot. About 1% of their pre-K to 2 students were suspended in 2017. They do not have a red diamond, but that vertical line going down does show you that their percent of students did go down, even though we can't report that exact number to preserve student privacy. Anne Arundel, you can see the reason there's no hashtag next to their number. So both of their dots are there, but the blue dot is actually just underneath the red dot. So they did not make any change in the percent of students in those grades who were suspended in those years. So here you can see the trend across 12 out of the 16 systems for which there is enough data to report. 12 out of the 16 systems did have significant decreases in the percent of these students who were suspended at least once. 4 school systems showed no change, no statistically significant change. And again, the exact numbers are all there in the print report so that you can compare them. And this is, again, the same finding.
Excuse me, could I ask a question about that last slide?
Sure.
we obviously have one local school system that's an outlier from the data point of view. Do we have any insight into what's going on in that county?
Do you mean the blue dots or the red?
The red.
Because
the red is where they ended up, right?
Right, the red is where they ended up. Yeah. So I believe you're referring to Somerset. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
So it's a great question, and it's a great setup actually to one of my closing points, which is that right now all we have done to this point is explore this numerically. The superintendents have seen their own data, of course, and our next step is we have already entered into a partnership with Child Trends to take this data and to understand what is going on, what was going on before, and what is going on now, to understand what practices or lack of practices, if that is the case, but what practices the local school systems are using, what supports they are providing to students, to teachers, trainings, interventions, programs, things like that. We're using this quantitative data to get a better understanding of that exact question.
And just to follow up, when you see these differences, is there a level of data below that would allow you to look at, for example, gender or race, and say there's some kind of differences in terms of a more detailed look?
Sure, that's another great question. So for every school system that you see here, we can provide the exact same kind of analysis that you saw at the state level. So at the state level, we were able to show you the difference again between, for example, male and female students, or students with disabilities, students without disabilities. All of that is available at the school system level as well. I don't know exactly what those numbers are. Again, we don't report any counts that are less than 10 to preserve student privacy, but that doesn't mean that those data could not be made, that the counselors, for example, within the local school system don't know what's going on. So we are able to disaggregate further. Right now, we were looking at this at a state level, but that is also part of the next stage of this project.
And when do you think you'll come back to the board with the next stage information?
That's a great question. I'd have to check to see what the research timeline is on that project. It also involves things like interviews and in-depth interviews, and so that the timeline of that research just tends to be different than something that we can churn out in Excel. So I need to get back to you with what that timeline is.
Thank you.
Dr. Shaw, Vermel Green, question. Is there any place or any data that you've collected that shows just what the offenses were when these students were suspended?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that data are available as well. We did not prepare it because you can see it's not included in this presentation. Anecdotally, I know that about 3/4 of the offenses are for things like attacks, threats, fighting. About 1/4 of the offenses are for things like disruption or disrespect. And then there's a handful of the suspensions that are for what you consider much more serious offenses, weapons. I think arson is one of the categories, things like that. Very small numbers. So yes, those data are something that are available, and with the direction of MSDE leadership, we can see what can be prepared.
And would it be possible to disaggregate that data as well?
Yes, I mean, again, and anything that is anything that we have, as long as it's not a violation of that student privacy threshold, which is how we report data for everything on the MSD report card. But anything can be disaggregated as long as it reaches, as long as it doesn't walk the student privacy line of 10 or fewer students, less than 10 students.
And Dr. Salmon, would you be the one to authorize report of the disaggregated data or for the offenses?
Sure, we can put that report together.
I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Welcome.
Dara, I have a question about not just what the offense is, but is there any information about the options these schools have to accommodate someone who has done something that because I feel like we hear all these heart-rending stories about people who are afraid to go to school because of a situation. So I wonder if there are situations where the school doesn't feel like they're able to control the students' behavior, or is there any worry about keeping the rest of the population safe? And in those circumstances, do those schools have options? And is that something that, I just wonder if there's something that the state could do to help facilitate that if that is an issue. I just don't know whether that is something that's been discussed, because there's always this concern that, of course, you want everyone to be in the school as much as possible, but on the other side, there's also worry about how do we do that sometimes. Is that ever discussed?
Dr. Lee, let me answer that. This is Dr. Salmon. We do have these discussions, and I've had them just as recently as 2 calls ago with superintendents. We do have a list of things that they're doing for best practices in terms of the steps that they're using and the people that they're putting in place to deal with some of these situations. And that is something, going forward. It's just like with the information that we talked about earlier about mental health and the student emotional learning. I mean, we provide lots of ways to do professional development for those folks. We can follow through, and we are working with them on their disproportionality, and Mary's going to talk about that in a minute. But these are all things that we talk about all the time and share best practices, because we do see in the data, and this study that Dara's talking about, the one that we're doing afterwards, will hopefully give us lots more information to let us know which strategies are making the most difference with these students. Is it a one-on-one? Is it a counselor working with that student? Is it having students have smaller days, half days rather than full days? What are the strategies that are working with these very young children? And then we can maybe put some policy work to that. If we know what works in the research, then we can say, hey, everybody should be doing, these 5 things. So we're getting there, but this has been, ongoing work, and we've got a lot more to do. But you bring up a very good point.
This is Mrs. Rachel McCusker. Piggybacking on what Rose was saying, I know what I hear over and over. I can't tell you how many emails that I've had from teachers who are concerned about the types of discipline situations that Rose was just describing. So do we have anything that's showing that the drop in suspensions is correlating to a drop in the number of interventions in classrooms, or a drop in the number of classroom disruptions that are interrupting the learning process at the same time? Is there anything correlational that we've seen? Have we looked at that at all? Because teachers are telling me that they're still having a great deal of disruption in the classroom, and they don't necessarily have the resources and tools to mitigate it the way that they mitigate it, in a way to not disrupt instruction for all the other kids.
Yeah, I think that's going to come in the next study when we're able to do some interviewing and really, looking at the data. And, I'm hopeful that we're not taking away interventions. I'm hoping that because we've applied more interventions, the numbers are going down. But that's something we can find out in our next study. But you make a very good point. Let's find out why the data went down.
Yes, thank you, because teachers are concerned.
Right, I got it.
Other questions, comments?
Yes, Dr. Salmon, Vermel Green again. Now, here in Charles County, I know the superintendent planned to opening the Fresh Start Academy. Do you know if that ever got off the ground? And if so, I'm just wondering what effect that may have had on their data.
Yeah, I don't know specifics about that, but that's something we can find out and get back on. I don't know how many kids they ended up having, but we'll certainly look into that because that's another strategy-based thing that we probably need to evaluate. So thanks for reminding me about that.
Sure, I'd like to know. There was a big hoopla about it opening. And
yes, there certainly was.
Hopefully it worked. All right, thank you.
Right, thank you. So if nothing else, we'll move on to Mary, and Mary's going to talk about the arrest data on school premises. So Mary, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salmon. We'll look at showing my screen as soon as I can.
And also just to let the board know that Walt Salee is on the call today. Good afternoon, Walt, and I know you may be assisting Mary with this presentation or question. So thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Thank you, Dr. Salmon.
So can you see me? I'm getting an echo here.
Yes, you're on, Mary.
Okay, thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here to talk, but I do want to turn it over right now. We're going to take a look at some of the actions and interventions that you've just been speaking about, and then we'll get into the specifics on the arrest data. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Walt. Walt is our Director of Student Services and Strategic Planning, and Walt's going to start out, and I'll move the slides for Walt.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Again, it's a pleasure to be here to talk about this most important topic. I think the earlier discussion was very helpful and brought up a lot of things that we are looking at and will continue to look at. Shortly after the pre-K to 2 suspension law was passed, the MSDE convened a work group, and the work group was a diverse group of stakeholders, including school psychologists, directors of student services, and others that bring to bear on this work. And also we included university partners as well to pull together the guidance. And the guidance was really instrumental in really defining some of the terms. It identified processes and procedures for local school systems. But I think the biggest thing about the guidance is that it did include some resources for school systems and schools to use, some of which I will talk about next. And also, in addition to that, my team, the student services team, kind of implores a coordinated student services approach, which brings in the school psychologist, the school counselor, the people personnel and social workers, as well as the school health coordinators and school safety coordinators to make sure that those wraparound services and those interventions are being well coordinated at the state level. Some of the key initiatives that some of which we've talked about earlier today in this meeting, positive behavioral interventions and support, PBIS, which is the framework. We've talked about the evidence-based practices, and the PBIS structure gives us the framework to overlay these evidence-based practices in a tiered approach so that the needs of students are being addressed in a way that reaches all students, from the most basic needs. There are things that everyone gets in this model, and then as we go up the tiers, we go to more intensive supports to address student needs. One of the things that is also happening is restorative approaches, and my team is looking at ways to integrate and to align some of these approaches. So in addition to PBIS, we're looking at how we can implement restorative approaches within that framework to address the needs of students. So it's not two separate initiatives, but actually we're looking at integrating and aligning those approaches. And we're also looking at expanding some of the approaches to make sure that we are meeting the needs of students that have mental health concerns. We heard that a lot today. And we're looking at repairing relationships, but also looking at how relationships are formed in the first place. Are we, in the beginning of these processes, forming good relationships peer-to-peer, student to teacher, and et cetera? And some of the approaches include things like peer mediation, circle processes, restorative conferences, and trauma-informed care. So trauma, we know that students have been, disconnected with the school system, with the schools for quite a while, beginning in March, and now we're approaching the summer, and we're looking at plans to return students to school. And we know that the regular touch points that the students would have with the school system are not there. And so we're looking at ways to rebuild that, rebuild those relationships and make sure that we are addressing the mental health needs of students. And we've been working with our directors of student services and all of the other folks in the student services arena that I mentioned earlier to make sure that we are recognizing student trauma early and making sure that we are making referrals when it's necessary and making sure that students get continued support as they go through this transition. And then talking with our directors of student services and others at the school system level, our school systems are working really, really hard on this as well. And and we're working with them side by side to address this important issue as well. With regard to disproportionality, we have worked hand in hand with local school systems, and I'll preface by saying, again, all 24 school systems are working really, really hard to reduce disproportionality. We've worked specifically with the school systems to facilitate completion of action plans for the 14 school systems with identified schools and that have been identified as disproportionate. We are providing direct coaching for principals in several of the identified schools, but we also are working with all 24 school systems, all of which have created discipline review teams to look at disproportionality across the system. And we're working with to provide tools for them to look at root cause analyses, for example, to make sure that they are identifying the challenge and then making plans and leveraging the appropriate resources to address those challenges. And local school systems are, as I said before, are addressing this as well. I mentioned the root cause analysis. I mentioned the fact that principals, supervisors, folks are engaging their intervention teams to participate in continuous dialogue to make sure that these conversations are happening. Some school systems are actually using data dashboards, which give them real-time information, real-time data, so that they can make really, really quick decisions based on the data that they're finding to examine student behavior. Aaron?
On school premises. Was I unmuted? Was I muted for a minute?
Yes, you were, Mary.
Okay, I'll start again. So thank you, Walt. Right now, I'd like to take a look at the report on arrests on school premises and provide some information on that. January 2014, we've talked about that a lot with regard to discipline. Regulations were adopted regarding discipline, and in that, one of the particular regulation was on arrests on school premises, which requires local school systems to report arrests and referrals to law enforcement annually and to make a report on that. We began that report with data based on the 2015-2016 school year, and we are now in the fourth year of releasing that report. You are seeing the 2018-19 report. Each of the previous ones, the 3 previous years, are published on the website. And of course, we'll publish this after the state board sees it. The data includes arrests. It's important to keep the context that occurred as a result of a referral of a student by school personnel to law enforcement or DJS. And it is for incidents that occur on school grounds or during a school-related event, including transportation, including an event, an athletic event, any school field trips, any school-sponsored events. There is data on arrests that are outside of school. This does not include that. These are school-related. We have worked with stakeholders. Again, the regulation said that the state board or that the State Department would determine the data collection processes, which we did. I've already mentioned we started in 2015-16. We have tried to refine and further explain the collection processes to make sure we have clear definitions in the report. And also each year now, our specialist in school safety provides a webinar and various presentations with the 24 local school systems to work through the data collection. We did replace the criminal arrest codes with student discipline codes. The criminal arrest codes were in the first year only. And from the second year on, we're using the student discipline codes for the data collection purposes. The data that you're going to see today are the rates in terms of the data that I'm showing. You're going to have more data in the report, the actual report. But these are data on the number of arrests in the school years divided by the total number of students. Dara talked about the total number of students who were suspended. This data is based on the total arrests out of the total population. With that, we'll take a look at it. The first chart that you're seeing, we've put together the 4 years of data. This is aggregate data, but you can see the data that's listed here. It's the 4 years of data for the arrests over each year. I have to pull my singular sheet because actually there's a Walt's face is over. No offense, Walt, but your face is over the top part of the data for me.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's not a problem. So you can see that the data was initially went at a 2,761, but over time, I would say the data in the second, third, and the fourth year, the definitions are more consistent, and the data between the 2017-18 and 2018-19 school year, the number of arrests have gone down. You have the arrests for each of the local school systems, and as Dara was saying, an asterisk represents when there are less than 10 arrests. This next table, this next graph shows arrest data, and this again, arrests by the total population. You can see the numbers that go from 0.1% of arrests to probably an outlier, and one of the board members asked about outliers. In this particular county, there were, as I go through here, there were, I'm looking for the number, and it doesn't show. So I can give you the number when I find it. I think it's cut off from my paper copy. The number of arrests for Kent County, if I go back a slide, went from 23 to 65. So Kent County is a small county, and there were 65 arrests that were made. And so therefore, the number of arrests out of the population is exactly 3.4%. And so that's an increase for that year. And we did collect information from the local school systems and know that they are all working on their data in particular. The arrests by percentage are listed in this on this slide, and that you will see later and that reflects the data that you just saw. To look at some disaggregated data, we wanted to look at arrests by race and ethnicity. You have before you both the table with the percentages and the graph. As you saw in pre-K to 2, the arrests for Black African American students is the highest of 0.6%. That is followed by 2 or more races at 0.5%, followed by white at 0.3%, and then Hispanic and Asian to follow in line there. Arrests by gender, this is aggregate. You will see that the number of arrests per student for male is 0.5%, for female is 0.2. That has been pretty consistent for the past 2 years of 17-18 and 18-19. The arrests by grade span, not surprising. The grade span for grades 1 through 5 is at 0%, grades 6 through 8, 0.5%, and then grades 9 to 12 at 0.8%. Both in the 17-18 and 18-19 school year, those are pretty consistent as you saw the numbers. Arrests by students with disabilities. Students with disabilities, the arrest rate is 0.7%. Students without disabilities, that rate of arrest per 100 students is 0.3%. And then arrests by English learners. Students who are English learners is at 0.1. Students who are non-English learners is at 0.4%. What we wanted to share with you, and these are questions that you have asked throughout the afternoon on what is going on and what's happening. One is the Maryland Center for School Safety is working on delivering and working with school resource officer training curriculum, and that training has occurred in an implicit bias, mental health, bullying prevention and reporting, and others. I also want to mention some of the key initiatives that are going on in the school systems. By school system, one school system in particular describes a scenario-based conversation and discussion and professional development sessions that are occurring between school resource officers and school administrators to make sure that the roles and responsibilities of each group and each particular situation are clear. In other situations, in other school systems, some have diversion programs, in particular de-escalation, trauma, quality connective relationships, and restorative practices that have been implemented. One school system is increasing social workers, in particular quotes that 5 years ago they had none, and now they have 6 social workers to really increase the tools. Another school system is using Teen Court, which is managed by the local management board in particular. Others are using restorative practices, mental health first aid. They've done book studies. They're doing trauma-informed instruction. They're studying and providing professional development on adverse childhood experiences, and also doing training with school resource officers. There's social emotional curriculum in particular, and some specifically it's noted for pre-K to 2 and restorative practices. Most school systems are doing a clear analysis. One school system has each school is required to have a school improvement plan that targets disproportionate suspensions to make sure that not only the schools, but also the school's central office folks are working on development and implementation and refinement. They're working with diversity, equity, and inclusion and school management and instructional leadership. Another school system has designed a memorandum of understanding with law enforcement agencies that specifically delineates the duties of the school resource officers. So overall, I think that it's pretty safe to say that our school systems and our superintendents are working very specifically on a number of initiatives in order to, one, decrease what Dara talked about in the pre-K to 2 suspensions, and also address those factors that ultimately lead to arrest so that you do not get there. At this point, we're happy to address any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board members?
I have a question. This is Michael Phillips. In regards to putting in some of these initiatives to reduce suspension, is there any type of data that shows or could show or highlight when kids are sent home without being suspended?
So when we collect data, and data on suspensions and expulsions is collected and reported annually, and that data is disaggregated. The data is collected based on a system of collecting, and it's based on discipline and the school system entering particular data. So your question is a good one. If a student is sent home, it is not collecting that data because if a student is sent home for a behavioral issue, that is generally related to a suspension, out of school suspension, and initially that. But the data that we collect on suspensions in and out of school, and we do have in-school suspensions and expulsions, does not reflect the description of a student sent home.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. This is Gail. General, may I ask?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're talking in this report about school resource officers and training and so forth, but there's been some reports that some of the schools systems are looking to get rid of school resource, or there are people looking to get rid of school resource officers. Any comment on that? I mean,
so
I don't know how to Mary, this is Karen. Mary, I'll take that question. As you know, Gail, I am also the chair of the School Safety Subcabinet, which runs that program. And last summer we trained about 1,000 resource officers across the state. And we have a law in the state called the Maryland Safe to Learn Act, which stipulates that schools either have school resource officers in place or have local police coverage. So that's in the law. And, at this point, we are actually, we just met last week to get back together. We hadn't met, but we are going to be able to just talk about the training that they've received. And we haven't had any direct requests from school systems at this point about the school resource officer program, but there's things in the law that we have to do. And our resource officers have incredible training. The training itself is 5 days of full day trainings, and they are trained in the following areas. In interactions with students, informal counseling, the Safe to Learn Act itself, the victimization and child protective services, drug education and current trends, how to deal with bullying, threats, and social media, school behavioral threat assessment teams. They're all required by the law to be on those teams, and collaboration and problem solving, principles of effective learning, school emergency planning, working collaboratively with the school administrators, indicators of behavior, and I could go on, but there is about 40 different topics that are covered during these 5-day trainings.
Well, I really appreciate that, Karen, and I'm aware that this is beyond just regular law enforcement. This is intended for restorative practices and all of that. Ma'am. But I'm wondering, because there seems to be a disconnect with the way some people are thinking of those school resource officers and what the reality on the ground really is, if maybe there's some way we can do some kind of PR or something that would, explain this is not just regular police officers. It's just a thought. Right. So I'm
Yeah,
concerned that a lot of times you get one little piece of information, people extend it way beyond.
Yeah.
And you know, I think they do a vital resource. They provide help to keep people from getting into other problems. And anyway, I just thought we could find a way to have a PR.
The school safety subcabinet is comprised of myself as chair, the state superintendent, the secretary of health, and a number of other stakeholders, Secretary of Disabilities, Carol Beatty,
Sure.
And the Attorney General's office, and we meet on a monthly basis. And they are already, we have a huge website that's being opened up this summer to include the training sessions we've been doing. And so you'll see a lot more PR about what's coming out about the sub-cabinet. But it is a law that we have to have this, and our school resource officers are often the first people that are on the scene to help our students that are in trauma. So we will be getting out information, but that is under the auspices of our subcap.
Right. Well, I know, you know, there's a lot of positive that comes out of this.
Right.
And I just, we see the bad news all the time. I'd like to see some more of the good news if there's a way to get that out. So
thank you.
Yeah, I'm wired for good news. So thank you.
Thanks.
Karen, I had a question as well, or a comment, just to piggyback on what Senator Brooks said. In the news, we keep hearing about efforts to fund the police and get rid of the police, and police are bad. So I think Senator Bates's comment about having some PR about the good that our school resource officers do. I know, having been in a school, you know, he was, or she in some cases, they were, oh my goodness, invaluable to the whole working of the school. So I hate for that kind of mentality to creep into the school systems. So if we can avert that, that'd be great.
Yeah, I will take that up with the sub-cabinet. You know, they are their own board, so they will make those policy decisions, but I can certainly let them know that the state board made that recommendation. Thank you.
Ms. Morrow?
Thank you for providing this information. It's quite eye-opening to see the data, and I think especially seeing the arrest data at the middle school and elementary school is quite disheartening, actually. But I hope that we're going in the right direction. One question, so the slide mentioned the action plans that the schools are putting in place. Are those available publicly? And I guess the second piece is, were those developed with adequate stakeholder input from staff, teachers, parents, students, all across the 14 schools or 14 systems?
Mary, can you address that question, please?
Yes, I can. These plans had a team from the central office of the different school systems, and the makeup of those teams generally represented different groups within the school system. Whether they had outside stakeholders, I'm not sure of that, but I know that they were working with school-based folks, and also I'm sure their school resource officers. I know they had student services. I know they had curriculum. I know they had assistant soups. But to answer Ms. Morrow, your specific question about whether they had outside stakeholders, I don't know. We really have an individual on our team who's been working with every one of those school systems and all 24 in developing their plans. And we have not those plans are not posted. We do have copies of their plans.
I guess I would be interested in seeing those, and I guess as a parent, I would like to believe that the districts are also sharing that information with their parents and their community, because I don't think that this is an issue that you can solve just from the school side. So, thank you.
That's a good point. Thank you.
All right, then what I'd like to do now, we have two local superintendents. I believe you had Dr. Salmon, that we could move to the local school system continuity of learning plans.
Yes, thank you, General. And I'd like to invite Dr. George Orlado, who is the superintendent in Anne Arundel County,
General,
to give his presentation.
Marcus had a question.
I'm sorry.
Ms. McCusker had a question, General.
Oh, okay, very good. Ms. McCusker?
Thank you, Dr. Green. I was a little bit concerned about some things in the data points, and I would like to know what we're going to do to move forward to maybe see a change in that trend. In both the suspension data and the arrest data, our African American children, our children of color, have a much higher rate than pretty much all other groups. What are we going to do to address that particular, what I see kind of as an outlier, that particular statistic? How are we going to address that, particularly now in view of where we are as a society and recognizing that?
It's more of an outlier than an outlier. It's horrendous. It's very disproportionate. And you weren't on the board, but we did put forth, we have a COMAR regulation about disproportionality. So that's what Mary was talking about. There are those 14 systems that have to have a plan to eradicate that disproportionality, and that's in special education and also in the general population. So those plans are what we were just referring to, and what Lori was saying, could we see what they look like or whatever, are they public? So those are the things that are in effect. And going forward, I mean, I just addressed this with the superintendents last Friday in their meeting, and I said, we've got to be doing something that's demonstrative and that's going to make a difference, because we can't keep this up. So we just had that discussion on Friday. It is a huge, huge concern, and it's not gotten any better except in a very small number of systems. So you bring up a very good point.
General, I'd like to just make a comment about the suspension and the arrest and some of the other reports where we've gotten, where we've seen disproportionality with respect to boys or children of color or whatever. The thing that just troubles me, I'm not an education person, I'm learning education. The thing that troubles me is that none of this stuff is new. And we keep coming back every year with the same thing. And personally, I just find that absolutely unacceptable. So I'm not sure what we do. I think we have to look at maybe dealing with some of these issues and recognizing that we can't solve everything, but starting to meaningfully address some of these things. This idea of us reporting the same thing over and over again, it is like the Challenger accident. They saw the O-ring issues. When they first saw the O-ring issues, they were alarmed, but nothing happened. After a while, they just took for granted there would be O-ring issues. And they ran the mistake of running launching that shuttle in the wrong weather conditions. I'm afraid that if we continue to just have these reports come up year after year, we're going to fall into that same trap of, it's children of color, that's what we expect. We expect to see them get locked up. We expect to see poor kids do poorly. We expect to see all this stuff, and it just becomes the norm, and this cannot be the norm. This has to be addressed and stopped. Now, I recognize that we can do regulations, and regulations are great, but it's more than regs. It's more than that. You're talking about cultural issues. You're talking about bringing resources perhaps from outside of schools. It also involves having some unpleasant and uncomfortable conversations to deal with these issues. So one of the things I would just like to see, as I think the general is going to talk about, is as we start to look at planning for the future, is pick out one or two of these things, drive them to the ground, bring about a new solution. show that it can work, and begin, and maybe even look at involving the school systems in, I'm going to say it incorrectly, in almost like competition. Give them an opportunity to try new things. So that means if they promise to do certain things, maybe we give them more flexibility in regs, or maybe we help them with more resources, whatever the case may be. They have certain requirements they meet, but if they will concentrate on fixing this or that, and we give them incentives. We look at not just regulations, but we look at incentives. This is people. So regs can take you a certain part, but this is people. So we got to figure out how we incentivize people to act differently. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this pathway?
Mr. Crawford very much hit the nail on the head of what I was going to discuss. And I think in order to really, we have to look at this as like a big systemic issue that we have. And there's no way that we can solve that big systemic issue in a way that's like effective without bold systematic solutions to do it and innovative ways to do it. I, for one, am very, 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 very frustrated, but not surprised every time that we see disproportionate rates between Black and white students, whether that's our 50 or 40% achievement gaps between Black and white students, whether it's the arrest rate. And I think, like, at this point, like, we can talk so much about the solutions that we know work at times, PBIS, trauma-informed care, restorative circles, social emotional learning, the list goes on, but if it's not working, then it's not working. So I'm at the point, maybe we need to be bolder with who we're letting into our buildings, with the staff that we currently have. I've heard very traumatic stories from students across the state about they've been treated on the basis of race, on the basis of gender, etc. And so I think, at the end of the day, we need students, or we need, faculty in our buildings, student resource officers, support staff that are going to be there for our students. And if that means letting go of some of them, particularly ones that have a history of disproportionality, I don't know if we have anything, a question for Dr. Salmon is if we have, for the schools that are disproportionate, if there's any accountability for the staff that are continuing to be disproportionate in the way that they suspend or expel or arrest students. So again, I just think it's paramount. Mr. Crawford hit the nail on the head with everything, but I just think we really, we need to talk about it in a way different from we have before. And it's, I'm gonna probably pull my hair out one day if I keep seeing these same gaps by the time that I'm in, my 40s and 50s and onward. So I think it's something very, very important.
Thank you. And I have to make an observation. I'm very leery of the numbers we've been shown today because I never thought, Pastor Phillips brought it up. Sending someone home is probably another way of not reporting a suspension. They'll say at least a half a day in school, so it's not an absence. And I really wonder where the numbers are. So I think this is something we need to peel the onion back and take a more definitive look at. So thank everyone for your comments. They're really well taken. Dr. Salmon, you have your two superintendents, and I apologize to them for being late and thank them for waiting.
Well, thank you, General. And so I'll introduce Dr. George Orlato to give us an update on what they did with their continuity of learning. Thank you, George, for being with us today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm going to pull up my screen and make sure that everybody can see it. And is that visible for everybody? Dr. Sam,
it's good. We can see it.
Okay, and you can hear me. Fantastic.
Yes,
so thank you.
Sorry, I was muted.
So thank you, President Sumter and members of the board and Dr. Salmon for the invitation to present our continuity of learning plan from Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Like my colleagues around the state and country, we've had a challenging spring and certainly the coming months offer equally challenging times. Those challenges are found in that most everything that we do at the pre-K to 12 education world is predicated on having students inside buildings interacting with their peers, interacting with teachers, counselors, food service, and I could go on and on. And so clearly that has been disruptive for all of us. We have all, including this body that I'm talking with today, have had to adapt to a new way to reaching and teaching children, and certainly in interacting as we are doing now with each other. Our continuity of learning plan that is posted on our e-learning website that we posted for our families, I'll talk about that communication piece in a little bit, is a comprehensive plan as directed by Dr. Salmon and her team. We put our plan together and then posted it to our website and shared it with the folks at MSDE. And as you can see by the table of contents, there is a lot to it, but I'm just going to sort of share some highlights with you. And as I said, our plan has been, since day one, posted to our website. So highlights that just in some pre-teaching for the group today. A couple of things that I'll talk about are our delivery of meals, and that continues for our students. Device and internet access, a transition period. Those were the initial first couple of weeks of the school closures as we got our sea legs beneath us to move forward in terms of e-learning. I want to talk a bit about the schedule that we put together and why we did what we did in Anne Arundel County. Talk a little bit about how we created access for our e-learning, and then certainly talk a little bit about communication to our stakeholders. All of that said, what's not included in this list and is a separate discussion, if you'd like to have it, is how each of the school systems had to continue with a continuity of operations, which were very important. How we kept our servers operating, how we kept payroll operating, how we kept check disbursement and our purchasing office, budget and finance, all of those things that undergird and support the work of a large school system like us, any school system, but we're now a school system of over 85,000 students and 12,000 employees, having the continuity of operations when our central office and schools are closed, as well as satellite offices, was a challenge unto itself, and our teams did a phenomenal job up to today in continuing those that continuity of operations. So with that, it was really critical for us to focus on meals. It was certainly critical for Dr. Salmon and her encouragement and push of us as the 24 superintendents to continue to distribute meals to our students. We have served right now at this point over 1.3 million meals since the 16th of March. We have 60 sites set up across Anne Arundel County, and that includes both school sites, and we have 21 mobile sites where we pack up. We have some central kitchens at several of our schools where we pack up meals and then put them onto vans with our food nutrition service staff, and they're going out into the community that are not particularly close to schools or easily accessible, and certainly in areas, regions of high poverty. And so we continue to do that to that day. We are serving at times 30,000 meals a day across all of our sites, and we are serving 3 meals a day at all of our sites: a hot lunch, a dinner for that evening, and then a breakfast for the next day. And that cycle has continued throughout. So that's been really important for us since day one. Our food nutrition service team, I just cannot say enough about how dedicated they are, how talented they are, how they work through all the obstacles to continue to deliver meals again to this day. The second piece was making sure that students have access to a device, how we were going to deliver the e-learning and making sure that they had connection to devices. So to this point, we've distributed over 13,000 Chromebooks. It took us some time to get into the buildings when it was safe, where we sent in our tech teams to harvest the Chromebooks, to re-image the Chromebooks so that they would accept an outside Wi-Fi signal. And then we had to go through a series of steps to distribute, identify families in need. We did a quick survey of which we got almost 30,000 responses, which was a wonderful response that helped with our initial connection with families about who needed a Chromebook, who needed a device. And so we set about distributing that. We began by large scale distribution. Much like our meal sites, we set up some sites at 11 different high schools where parents could drive up, make an appointment, drive up, sign off on and pick up a device and then drive off. And we had secretaries volunteering, we had principals and assistant principals. I was manning some of the sites along with some of my regional assistant superintendents and deputy superintendents to be out there distributing Chromebooks. We did the same for laptops. We had a number of staff that were in need, teachers first, and then counselors and secretaries and others so they could continue to do their critical work while at home in a distance capacity, in a telework capacity. We had to harvest about a little over 1,700 laptops that we distributed to teachers and staff. By the time we finished the school year, we were less than 1% of our students that had not connected through e-learning, meaning they had not signed on to our Google Classrooms. There were some of those students that were unable to because they did not have connectivity. I'll talk about that a little bit in a minute. Some of those are students that would simply because of who those students are, were unable to and were not going to connect onto the internet, and we were into a Google Classroom, and we were meeting their needs in a different way. We did have some families. There were close to almost 300 families that simply were not responding to our all hands on deck to make sure that all of our students and families were connected and at least responding to us. And we knew who they were and where they were. We had almost 300 families that were not responding to our outreach. And so we are going to continue that outreach throughout the summer. We're bringing on a cadre of folks over the summer to continue that outreach with families and to hope to get them connected should we need to continue into the fall in some kind of hybrid or full-time online engagement. We want to continue through that process. So initially, during the first couple of weeks, as we began this transition from in-person, from brick and mortar to e-learning at home, we focused on certainly K-8 reading, language, arts, and math, and we developed a website with engaging lessons, engaging encounters for students to take advantage of during the first couple of weeks. Again, as we got our sea legs beneath us and we could get into some professional development with our teachers. And we were also producing lessons on our AACPS TV site. That also included cultural arts and electives were included in that. We don't have a learning management system, an LMS, in Anne Arundel County. That is something that we have learned from. We are in the process. We have an RFP on the street right now. We hope to go through the selection process during the course of the summer, have something purchased by our board's August meeting, and then begin the implementation, the onboarding, and the professional development of an LMS, which we think will and while that's ongoing, we utilize the Google Suite. We utilize Google Classroom. Each of our teachers, ELA teachers, special education teachers, as well as your general education teachers in the classroom, produced Google Classrooms. We utilize Google Meet for that interaction, that synchronous interaction, and we had to purchase additional Google Voice licenses so that there would be that easy access for parents and students and teachers to interact. All of that had to include some professional development early on. Once we got our teachers back after that initial closure and we were able to bring them back online, we began that professional development journey. I talked a little bit earlier about our schedule. We really thought long and hard about what a schedule will look like and how we can best engage our students. We really wanted to be flexible. We needed to be flexible for teachers. We needed to be flexible for students. and we needed to be flexible for parents. We were all going through, as many of you were going through in your own homes, this shift to online learning, this shift to working from home, possibly the shift in sharing devices at home. And so creating a schedule that we thought was flexible enough, again, for our teachers, our students, and our parents. So we created a schedule that split between our elementary schools and our secondary schools. Should there be students in different grade levels in the same household, you'll see we had a non-duty lunch that was not only for our staff, but that gave families a chance to go access our meal sites. They could go out and get meals, get their lunch, and get their meals without missing anything during the middle of that day, and then getting back home. So we created some time, an hour and a half block in the morning, and an hour and a half block in the afternoons, so that teachers could not only have instructional time, whether it was synchronous or asynchronous, most of which was asynchronous for us, and then also creating time where they could have office time, where students could reach out to their either through Google Meet, they could do small group work, or Google Voice and have conversations. We also wanted to build in some time for the faculty and staff to meet as small groups as they would in their buildings, or as large groups, and the principal could bring everybody together. And then there were 2 hours daily where the expectation was that teachers were doing some of their own professional development. They were continuing to learn and build their own Google classrooms, as well as time that they could connect with students. So if there were students that did not connect that day or had not connected that week, they had time built into their schedule to do outreach to students, to find out why the students were connecting, and then work with their counselor, their assistant principal, the PPWs, and others to help solve problems in terms of connectivity for students and families. We also wanted to help our teachers out through this transition. While they had curriculum in hand, the curriculum that they had in hand was, of course, for face-to-face delivery, and not necessarily conducive or built for delivery in this online environment. We also wanted to make sure that equity was at the forefront of everything we're doing, whether it was meals or the schedule that we created, and certainly as we developed curriculum implementation for the teachers, we established what we called blue, yellow, and green categories. But basically it was a way for us to say, in particular courses, in particular categories, teachers, we're going to ask you to follow much more in line with what we're doing. If it were, say, Algebra 1, to make sure that it was, that the delivery and the curriculum was consistent across all teachers in all schools as they went through this process. And then as you went from the yellow to green, as we discussed, the teachers did professional development, there was more autonomy left for the teacher as facilitators. You see, we talk about the teacher as facilitator, the teacher as contributor facilitator, and the teacher as developer and facilitator, really creating some more autonomy with and more choice as the teacher was doing their interaction with students. But we didn't want, in some of the key courses like English Language Arts and mathematics, we did not want students to lose any ground as best we could in this environment, and make sure that we were helping the teachers develop what they could and should be doing on a day-to-day basis. We created a website, several websites throughout this process, to really work on our communication with our public, with our parents, with our students, and with our staff. So you're seeing just a quick screenshot of what our e-learning website looked like. We were putting information out there and updating it almost nightly as needed. We had also built several months earlier, a COVID website where we were posting information regarding health and safety. This was well before we went to closure. So as we were working with with the CDC and getting updates from the CDC, well before closure on the 16th of March, and working closely with our Department of Health, the Maryland Department of Health, as well as the Anne Arundel County Department of Health. We were posting information to a COVID information website. We then created an e-learning website and got that up and running for frequently asked questions, information for parents as they were navigating the use of Google Classroom and those kinds of things. So that continued to be updated almost on a daily basis. Likewise, we've put up a website, a toolkit for teachers. So as they were going through the transition periods, we wanted to continue to support them. We had ongoing conversations with our teachers. So as they were giving us updates, as they were giving us information about what was working and not working, we had an ongoing dialogue and an FAQ posted, as well as information for them in our e-learning teacher toolkit. We found this to be really, really helpful for the teachers as, again, they transition and then work to really support students and themselves in this new environment. We continue to put out letters and videos, as I would do to our community, to make sure that they knew what we were thinking and what was happening with regard to this change. We had never gone to closure. Similarly, now that we have had to close, now we've got to think about reopening. So we are continuing that input from our stakeholders, making sure that they know what we're working on. We now have a website built. You had some conversations earlier. I've been listening to the board meeting for the last several hours and heard conversations about the planning, and Dr. Salmon gave you some updates from her vantage point and that of the local superintendents. We have in Anne Arundel County 14 different subcommittees in various aspects, from facilities to extracurricular activities and athletics, to community engagement, that are working on possible plans and scenarios. And we've built a website to that effect, what the fall of 2020 might look like. And so we continue to update our public and give them as much information as we have it on that front. We had continuing what we call connected phone calls and text messages. We also developed a call-in information line, of course, what parents do first. When they've got questions as they call their schools were closed. There was nobody initially there answering the phone. So we created a hotline here to central office that was being answered in English and in Spanish, so that within a day's time, they could leave a message, and then we could push that question, that concern, whether it was directly for a school or for the school system, to the right person to get back to that parent or community member to give them information. And we made great use of our Twitter and Facebook pages in terms of communication. So with that was probably more than you ever wanted to know about our continuity of learning plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to my esteemed colleague from Queen Anne's County, Dr. Kane, and who's going to share their continuity of learning plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto, and thank you for joining us today, and welcome, Dr. Kane.
Well, thank you very much to Commissioners General Sumter and the rest of the board. I am going to attempt to share my presentation. Is it in front of you now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, very, very good. So thank you very much first of all, for having us. We certainly have had a lot going on in the school districts. I too have been listening in on the meeting thus far. I'm going to try to go ahead and move us right along because I know everybody is on several hours. So, and some of the information certainly is redundant. Of course, I'm going to share with you our major tenets of the plan that we have for continuity of learning. Our plan is a comprehensive plan. It's posted to our district website. And in addition to that, our schools have a posted learning plan calendar to their website so that parents can log in and see what their children are supposed to be working on at any given time. Our plan was dynamic based upon the continued closures, as you see right before you just now. A great deal of our plan was about communication. We had frequent communication with our public. just about weekly, if not every few days in the beginning, communication to our parents, our employees, our board, of course, our elected officials, county agencies. We had a COVID-19 call with all county agencies every week, and we continue to do that as needed. Any letters to parents, of course, were translated in Spanish as well as they got them in English. For our operations, it was just so important, just like Dr. Arlado said, that we ensured that our students were fed. So that was the first course of business for us. As you can see, we served over 163,000 meals. That was 3 meals a day and a snack from 13 locations. We had 39 volunteers. We used some of our buses to deliver food to the outlying communities that were not easy to get to. And we also had the county ride bus, which is a local transportation, personnel from the senior center distribute meals. We had pickups on Tuesdays and Fridays about halfway through. We were delivering every day. About halfway through, we started doing Tuesdays and Fridays, and we made sure that our children had meals for the following days so that every day they had a meal. We also are thankful for our volunteers who had a backpack program so that we could ensure that our children had sufficient meals over the weekend, and those were distributed on Fridays. Now for our continuity of learning plan. Our plan is divided into 3 phases. During phase 1, we did some high-level planning and organized small groups, which we call Tiger Teams. I'll share more about our Tiger Teams a bit later. During phase 2, we began to implement our plans for distance learning, feeding our students, and budgeting. During phase 3, we began to evaluate our plan and make some adjustments as needed. It's important to say at this point that our plan was dynamic, and we did find ourselves going back to several of the phases as the guidance developed from MSD and from the governor's restrictions. So it was dynamic in that way, just sort of back and forth as necessary. And it continues to be. At this point, I would call us in phase 3 because of the evaluations and the adjustments that we need to make. So let me share just a little bit more, and I'm not going to read all of this to you, no worries, but let me just share a little bit more about Plan 1. During phase 1, we sent home devices, and we are 1-to-1 from grades 3 onward. However, our 3 and 4th graders, they did not take their devices home because they were not for home use. Just our intermediate and high school students did that. However, as we continued on distance learning, we did pull our families together and allow for that distribution of those devices for grades 3 and 4. So as the closures continued, our students in grades 3 through 12 had 1-to-1 devices. We also sent home some suggested guidelines for parents that included digital resources as well as non-digital resources for learning at home. We ensured that we sent home as many textbooks and library books and materials of instruction as we could, and that would include manipulatives as well. We had our curriculum and instruction supervisors to ensure that the teachers had what they needed in terms of whether it was print or digital resources to support students as they taught at home. And then we distributed or administered a district survey so that we could get a better gauge on which families and which teachers had adequate access to internet and who did not. We're a rural county, a small, largely rural county, and there are pockets of our county with unreliable internet access as well as no internet access. So that was important that we got a handle on that. Phase 2, we finalized our expectations for our teachers during distance learning, and we established that it was to be student-centered, designed so that all students could access materials in an equitable fashion, whether they were learning on a device or by way of a paper packet, and that students receiving special education and English language services could be served. We made sure that we sent those packets home, those learning packets home that were on paper, and we implemented, this was an important part, we implemented our first phase of Tiger Teams. And our Tiger Teams, that's targeted intermediate group execution and response teams. And that's an approach that really serves to break down a problem and into smaller segments so that we could isolate all of the issues that we might have. It helped us to really narrow down what we wanted to do and anticipate where we might come into problems. So our Tiger Teams researched our policies, best practices, academic programs. They made recommendations centered on critical decision points such as grading and reporting, recovery education, summer school, our services and support for special education and English learner services. We also made teacher planning calendars that I mentioned just a bit ago so that the public could see which skills and standards students should be working on at any given time, and that was posted on our school websites as well. We created a FAQ, and we shared an email address where parents could send their questions, and it was manned by our executive team. During phase 3, we made enhancements and adjustments to our plan based on recommendations or requirements from MSDE. We launched a second group of Tiger Teams, which included this time parents and community stakeholders, in addition to our district experts. We currently are administering 2 surveys, and Dr. Arlotto talked about this, and I know that the State Board talked about it a little bit earlier today. We're administering a survey for parents and for teachers currently. We're gathering information about parent preferences for scheduling when we reopen in the fall. For example, are they more interested in A day, B day, or ABC schedule, or AA day with an equity day and BB? So when I say equity day, and this came up a little bit earlier during the meeting, that's a day when we're pulling small groups of students for interventions, special education services, tutoring, things like that. We're going to get that feedback from parents, and we'll go ahead and we'll make any adjustments that we need to make in our next phase, which will be, of course, the recovery plan. We wanted to know from parents if they indeed intended to send their students back to school. We needed to find out from our teachers who may have a medical condition that might prohibit them from returning to a school building. So our HR department is going to be sending that one out within the next day or so. So as I mentioned, our continuity of learning plan is quite dynamic. We certainly made updates and adjustments as it was required based on state waivers, internet accessibility, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later, our calendar adjustments, work that we needed to do for the recovery plan as we plan for next year, and certainly as changes were made for how we were planning to do our graduation ceremonies. We also made some changes based on other factors that you see on the screen in front of you right now, grading, of course, CTE, our local recovery and universal mitigation, which I'm going to mention a little bit later, and the results of our Tiger Team planning. So without going into the document, I have linked it so that you can access it at a later time, but the essential components are in front of you on your screen. We're talking about continuity of learning delivery, roles and responsibilities, a sample teacher and student day, accountability, equity, of course, professional development, and resources that are available for students. I mentioned a little bit earlier about internet access in Queen Anne's County, and of course some areas not having access to internet in the outskirts of our district at all. So we purchased 400 mobile hotspots and distributed them. About 18 of them went to classroom teachers, and we did have a priority order because, of course, with the shortage of those mobile hotspots, all of them did not come in at the same time. So we prioritized by seniors, juniors, sophomores, freshmen, then we went to middle school and elementary school. Those devices did have a cost to them, and they continue to cost about $40 a month for those data plans. So if we keep them for 6 months, we're looking at about $96,000 for a small district like ours and 400 hotspots. We also have installed a outdoor Wi-Fi at 5 of our schools, And we are currently working with our county commissioners and Atlantic Broadband to ensure that that outside or that outdoor Wi-Fi is on all of our 14 school buildings, as well as several of the public buildings in our county. You approved back on May 27th our adjustment to our calendar, and that is what you see before you just right now. So we did make up for the total 10 days for the initial school closure, and thank you for that. Some things that we had to make some adjustments to, and we really want to make sure that we are closely monitoring, and will likely make more adjustments to based on information that we receive from our teacher surveys and our parent surveys, is that of teacher expectations and how we monitor those. And I've listed here some of the things that were really significant for us. And one was that we had a mandatory professional development for online instruction. We are also a district without a learning management system, and we use the Google Suite. So it was important that while our teachers did use Google Classroom, not everyone used it to its fullest capacity. So we had to make sure that we built up our teacher capacity in this area. We continue to post our continuity of learning plans. We continue to ensure that our teachers are using approved Queen Anne's County curricula and materials of instruction. There are a lot of vendors out right now that are capitalizing, if you will, on an opportunity to sell something, but we did not think that it would be prudent for us because we would have to make sure that our students understood and that our teachers understood how to deliver that instruction. So we're using our current curricula approved. We made sure that we had weekly communication with students and families, whether it was by way of the telephone or if it was through Google Classroom, engaging with our students with synchronous or asynchronous learning. We made sure that we partnered the special educators and the classroom teachers to modify lessons based on students' needs. And if it was necessary, we developed any resources that we needed to for our particular student needs. Now, what you see before you is a chart with teacher expectations as it pertains to commitment in front of students. Now, Dr. Arlotto shared some information, and I really do like that, Dr. Arlotto, for how they did it. How we did it was we said, okay, teachers are going to be teaching for about 4 hours a day, 3 hours, 45 minutes. Then they will have their office hours, and then they have an opportunity to do some planning. And so what you see in front of you is a maximum time per day, number of minutes per day, based on grade level, based on some research, and based on some plans that we have researched across the county and some the country actually, and some best practices. The next thing that we had to take a look at was grading and reporting. What changes did we need to make? At the elementary level, we are on trimesters. And so it just so happened that just as schools closed in March, we were ending the second trimester. So not a lot had to be done for elementaries, not a lot of changes. We carried over trimester 2, except when new content was introduced. We certainly allowed students to redo assignments. We used progress rubric scores so that they did not negatively impact student grades. And we absolutely took a look at, we made sure that teachers collaborated to come to some level of agreement on which assignments would be graded and how they would grade them. It was important, and I'll say it again, that we ensured that we did not negatively impact a student, because what we had was several students using the online access to Google Classroom and several other students using the paper packets, which were not able to be returned to the teacher. So what we had was a situation where we were taking photographs, if families were able to do that, of grades assignments that were to be graded. They were having conversations with students and offering that feedback over the telephone. And so we found ways to ensure that we gave feedback to students and families. At the middle school level, our grading prior to COVID was quite easy, quite simple. We had 4 quarters. Each quarter, a student earned a grade, and that was based on 50% progress assessment and 50% mastery assessments. And then at the end of the year, we averaged for a final grade. As we had the school closures, we did have to make some adjustments to the middle school grading and reporting. Our teams agreed that only grades of 80% or above would be entered into their Power School grade book. Any assignment that did not meet that standard, including any work that had not been submitted, that student would be given an opportunity to redo that assignment. So they did that. And rather than have 50% mastery and 50% progress, we did 100% progress assessments, and we came up with their final grade after that. So they also had an opportunity for a P, a grade of P, or pass, if they were missing assignments that they had not yet turned in, and they elected in collaboration with the principal's approval to assign a grade of P, unweighted, of course. And in that case, they averaged quarters 1, 2, and 3, and they got a P with no weight. At the high school level, we had a pretty simple way of doing grading, of course, prior to COVID. I'm not going to go into a great deal of detail here, but we're on semesters in Queen Anne's County at the high school level. So students earn a grade for their 3rd quarter, made up of 45% mastery assessments, 30 to 40% progress assessments, up to 10% for homework. That 3rd quarter grade slides to 4th quarter, where students continue to earn their grade based on the parameters that I just mentioned. And then they would add the 15% for the final exam. Now, during the school closures, we had to make some changes. And basically, we had the same type of situation. Students' 3rd quarter grade slid to 4th quarter. However, if a student's quarter 4 grade was lower than their quarter 3, the student was given, again, an opportunity to redo their assignment, or if they missed assignment, they were given an opportunity to redo it. The principal had the authority to issue either a P for pass or an I for incomplete, and allow students 2 additional weeks after report cards have been distributed to make up that work. So the question that I would get from students that were seniors is it true that I can't fail? Well, if they didn't do anything and they were failing in 3rd marking period, there absolutely was an opportunity for a student to fail. So that kept our seniors engaged and our high school students engaged. So they certainly did earn a grade. We waived the final exam for high school. We made sure that we continued to deliver our special education services. We made sure that each student had an individualized continuity of learning plan. We ensured that that plan was based on their current IEP. We conferenced with our families by video or by telephone. We held IEP meetings based on that parent's preference, video conference or telephone, to ensure that we were meeting students' needs and for any adjustments that needed to be made. We also did inform our parents that we are aware that because we sort of stopped school abruptly, that there may be an opportunity for some compensatory services as we reopen schools. We continue to support our English language learners. We ensured that our supervisor was meeting with classroom teachers and EL teachers. We ensured that our students had multiple options for how they got their work done. We had choice boards. Students received flash drives or paper packets. Our translators and interpreters worked with our families. We even put icons of cameras on assignments that needed to be turned in or submitted in some way so that they were clear on what needed to be done. We worked with our career and technology educators. We made sure that everyone was aware of the waivers. Thank you, Dr. Salmon, and State Board for certification testing. We paid for all of our testing through Perkins funding, and we ensured that we had that virtual professional development and provided online resources. As we move into our reopening, we enlisted a second group of Tiger teams. and they are working on our reopening plan, which includes the following 6 topics or categories. We're looking at facilities and operations, continuity of teaching and learning, accountability, grading and reporting, social and emotional support, technology and connectivity, staffing, professional development, and teacher evaluations. I know that there was a great deal of conversation with the state board earlier today surrounding that social and emotional support, and we're in agreement with you that that is the first thing that we're going to deal with as we reopen schools this coming fall. So we surveyed our teachers. We'll find out what adjustments need to be made, and we'll continue to work in that area. Our plan is to get the feedback from the surveys, make adjustments to our plan. We'll share our plan with the public and our board next week. We will put it out for public comment, and then we will make any adjustments that need to be made then and put out the first iteration of our plan by the end of July. And when I say the first iteration, I say that because we absolutely know that there will be changes based on circumstances, and so we know that we need to be flexible and nimble in order to do that and respond to our community. I'm not going to go into our targeted learning recovery and universal mitigation plan. I'm going to share some information about that, but should you want to take a look at that, it is hyperlinked and you can take a look at that at your convenience. For our summer learning and recovery education, we are ensuring that all of our students have access to ExactPath. That is an online program through a company called Admentum, and they will be able to access that learning throughout for the next 20 months. So it'll be this summer, throughout the school year, and through next summer. So there are modules across the different content areas so students can catch up or go ahead and move forward and advance their learning as they need to do so. All of our students will have access to that. We'll have learning kits in pre-K to 2 because we are not one-to-one in those grade levels, and we will continue with some learning packets and projects for students who need to access them in that way. Our summer school for high school students was already online, so we'll continue with that. As you know, we are receiving some CARES funds, and through our CARES funds, we are lucky enough to be able to purchase a learning management system. We are so thankful for that. It's just absolutely necessary in order for that seamless transition, whether we're going to be in school or learning at home and transitioning back and forth. So that's absolutely critical. We'll use dollars for professional development. We'll continue that summer learning that I just spoke about on the last slide. And of course, we'll purchase supplies and services related to cleaning and sanitizing our buildings. All of that and great things still were happening as we closed schools throughout the spring. We had Arts Leader Spotlight, our fabulous art teacher at Queen Anne's County High School, Stephanie Zeiler. We just wished all of our students the best. We told them how much we miss them and our families. We had a state history winner at the middle school level. And of course, the card that you see there, we made our own hand sanitizer when we needed to do that to make sure that everybody had what they needed. We continue to work with our students and to support our students as we go through these challenging times with the Black Lives Matter movement, and we support the marches and the protests that are going on in Queen Anne's County. We also had an environmental education summit. We don't forget that work, it continues. And I need to take this time to congratulate Queen Anne's County. We have 100% of our schools as green schools. This year, we also had our first in 20 years blue ribbon school. So even with all the things that are going on, we still are doing what we need to do. It's exciting work and yes, exhausting, but at this point, I'd like to entertain any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Kane. And you and Dr. Alato, I know, have been working literally 24/7 over the last 100+ days. And we thank you for your efforts on behalf of our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments of our presenters? I personally want to just thank you as wonderful presentations. Those two counties, the students are being served extremely well. Thank you so much. But the rest of the board members, comments or questions? Dr. Green.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Mr. Olana, I'm sorry. I had to step away for a moment, so I didn't get your full presentation. But Dr. King, I really was pleased that you have taken steps to ensure that learning is happening during the summer, and I think that is important. And in fact, that it even goes into the school year and then the following summer, that continuity is great. But I want to commend you both for all that you're doing for your children and to make sure that they are learning and they're not, the impact of not being in school for months and months, that impact is being minimized. So you both are to be commended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Others? Comments? Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
General, you ready for me to proceed?
Yes, if you would continue with the request for waivers for interscholastic athletics due to COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, General. And now I'd like to introduce Andy Warner, who is the director of our athletic association. And Andy, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Salmon. Let me pull up my screen here to present.
You're on. Looks good, Andy.
All right. Good afternoon, General Sumter, Ms. Haley, members of the State Board of Education, Dr. Salmon. For the record, my name is Andy Warner, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide an update on interscholastic athletics and activities and to request for waiver interscholastic athletic regulations for the benefit of maximizing student participation during the state's response to COVID-19. A brief background shows students have been disengaged from coaches, mentors, school clubs, and fellow student athletes and activity participants for over 3 months. Given the lag of time between the last education-based structure and the current reopening into stage 2 of the governor's recovery plan, many students have been disengaged from formal exercise, training, conditioning, and social engagement. This disengagement not only affects the physical well-being, but also the social-emotional well-being of students. Since April 28th, my office has been working with the district athletic administrators in all 24 educational agencies, 8 counterpart state high school athletic associations in the Mid-Atlantic area, and a cohort of sports medicine and infectious disease professionals from the University of Maryland, Johns Hopkins, MedStar, and LifeBridge Health, led by Dr. Terry McCambridge, who chairs the MPSSA Medical Advisory Committee. This collective effort has been working daily on creating recommendations to assist local school systems in the resocialization of students for their social emotional well-being and their physical well-being, while being cognizant of the risks to the student's physical health. The guiding principles of this collective effort of the MPSSAA are to reimagine high school sports and its cyclical calendar within stage 1 and 2 of the Maryland Strong Roadmap to Recovery. Interscholastic athletics and activities may take on many different looks depending on the local and state health decisions. Extensive team-based practices focusing on skill development and conditioning, inter-school or intramural competitions, and competitions within a small geographic area are all options in order to maximize participation. Paramount to maximizing participation opportunities is ensuring interscholastic athletic decisions mirror local school system instructional, logistical, and health decisions. The MPSSA envisions 3 states of interscholastic athletic and activities based on the Maryland Strong Roadmap to Recovery. During stage 1 and 2, Interscholastic athletics and activities could be canceled or operated in a modified and gradual resumption. The MPSA guidance utilizes the CDC risk level to show an increased risk in participation. As Maryland enters into later phases of stage 2, schools will be able to operate at what is deemed higher risk. If restrictions or interruptions force corrective action, the scale provides guidance for schools to continuously engage students. The MPSA does not envision interscholastic athletics to operate at full resumption until stage 3, and local school systems can operate at a normal capacity and functionality. The MPSA and local school systems face numerous challenges with extracurricular programs. The very nature of these programs are for the social and physical benefits of those that participate. For generations, these programs have brought various geographic areas together under the common theme of supporting student achievement. In preparation for dealing with these challenges, the MPSA has identified COMAR regulations that will present logistical barriers in order for local school systems to modify programs to meet the needs of their particular educational community. These regulations focus on deadline dates for setting schedules, timeframes on starting dates, preseason practice, and sports seasons, and limits of participation on athletic and intramural teams. The MPSA believes waiving these regulations for the 2020-2021 academic year will give the local school systems the flexibility to navigate COVID-19 restrictions or interruptions in order to maximize participation opportunities aligned with educational decisions. At this time, I will be happy to answer any questions from the State Board.
Questions? Dr. Hardings?
Yes, thank you for the discussion. Is there considered within this or in this context a consideration of the physical distancing requirements or the physical distancing that's inherent in different sports, which may be very, very different? I'm thinking golf, for example, is much different than, say, wrestling or basketball. How should local athletic directors or communities think about those differing challenges?
There is a lot of guidance put out by various organizations on ranking sports based on the risk level of the contact that they each require. As you stated, golf and cross country, some other sports are at the lower risk level, where you will find wrestling or football at the higher risk level. So utilizing the CDC risk level for increased risk with participation, you could see sports like golf and cross country move into the higher risk level where they have multi-geographic area participation, where you may see some of the higher contact sports where the risk level within the particular sport is higher for contact or for spreading of the infectious disease, operating more in a team practice or an intramural within their school facility because of the nature of that. So not only can schools move through the risk level, but not all sports have to move at the same pace as well.
Great. I know there's some runners who will be happy to hear that. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Will your organization, this is General Sumter, will your organization be giving guidelines and giving the coaches and people involved the sources to look at to make the decisions with guidance from youth as we go through the various stages of the pandemic?
Andy?
Yes, Dr. Salmon.
Yeah, it's part of our plan, General. All of Andy's guidance that he's received from his task forces and his planning groups are incorporated into our Maryland Recovery Plan.
All right, then, because I just didn't want for us to do waivers and then people feel that they could pick and choose what they wanted to do. There will be monitoring and there will be guidance coming from the organization. Is that correct?
Andy, can you address that directly?
Yeah, absolutely. We will continue to work with the school systems. We have a memo that we will send out to them based on the decision of the state board regarding that. But we are constantly working the 24 local school systems as the athletic association, and we will continue to monitor the different changes that are made on a state and local level, but also making sure school systems should be operating within the regulations. The waiver is to allow, if there needs to be necessary modifications, to address maximizing participation opportunity. But outside of needing to modify those typical activities, schools should be operating inside the current guideline.
Very good. That's what I wanted to hear specifically. Other questions, comments? If not, then what is your pleasure?
Approval of the requested waivers.
Gail Bates seconds it.
That was Mr. DeShields and Ms. Bates for a second. Further discussion? Hearing none. We have now only 13 board members. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Schoen?
By voice vote, you have approval of the motion.
Thank you very much. Motion carries.
Thank you, Andy.
Dr. Salmon, next on the agenda, waiver authority for the period of availability for individuals with disabilities, Education Act, Part D, funds for federal fiscal year.
Thank you, General Sumter. And could I have Mary come back on, please, to present that waiver request?
I think I'm good now. You can hear me now, Karen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this waiver before you. General Sumter and others, members of the state board, we have been before you for at least 3 other federal waivers. The first, if you recall, was the flexibility for states on elementary and secondary education assessment and accountability. That was the initial one, requirements for that. The second one was flexibility for states in K-12 education funding, which some parts of this are related to. And the third one was just recent state grants through Title I for the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act of 2006. The CARES Act allows the U.S. Department of Education to offer to states and to local school systems this waiver authority. And basically it gives for federal fiscal year, and the federal fiscal year starts on October 1 through September 30, gives for federal fiscal year 2018 an additional year of spending through September 30, 2021. So before you today, this was offered by Mark Schultz, who is a commissioner for Rehabilitation Services Administration, the U.S. Department of Education. We come before you requesting permission to submit this waiver, and for the previous 3 waivers, we've gotten approval of them within 24 hours. So it is a fast process. We request permission to submit this waiver. Thank you.
What is your pleasure?
This is Jerry Shield. I'll move approval for the requested waiver.
I second. It's Rose Lee.
Motion is made and second. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Schoen?
By voice vote, you have approval of the motion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And next we have State Board member committee reports. And the first one will be the Digital Learning Committee, and Ms. Haley had to leave, so I believe Dr. Lee is giving that report.
Great, thanks, General. So the digital learning report is, we're expecting to give a July meeting, an update at the July meeting. We're calling right now phase 1, and the phase 1 of the work focused on 4 recommendations. First, to increase awareness of Maryland digital opportunities. Second, to enhance college and career readiness opportunities. And 3, to enhance equitable access to and utilization of digital learning. There's also a 4th recommendation on enhancing educational delivery options. Planning for that piece will constitute phase 2 of the work, and will focus on digital options for this fall. The work group from phase 1 was expanded for phase 2, and if there's anybody who'd like to join, please let Jean know. And the rest of the details will be presented at the July meeting, where Jean can be on hand to answer questions too.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Dr. Lee? Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Next, would like to ask Dr. Green and Dr. McCarthy. You have a presentation for a task force.
I think Dr. McCarthy, Melanie McCarthy, is going to be a silent partner right here. First of all, I just want to thank the General for his support. I went to him, quite a while ago, and I said that it has long been my dismay that our boys, our Black boys, continue to be at the bottom of test scores and at the top of suspension and expulsion rates. And I think Mr. Crawford alluded to it earlier today, and the data that we saw again just bears that out. And even though the data that we were shown only covered the past 4 years, this has been going on a lot longer. There have been numerous committees and task forces to address the problem, but a key thing that has been missing is, number 1, commitment, and number 2, a kind of accountability over the implementation of those recommendations coming from those task forces. So I asked the General if we could form a task force addressing some of the academic issues of our Black boys. And at the time, we were in the midst of all this turmoil with COVID, and so he very wisely said, well, maybe you better put it on hold because we don't want to get lost in the sauce. And then this happened in Minneapolis. And then the racial problems began to explode all over. And so I went to him again. I said, you know what, General, I think now's the time. So he gave me permission to prepare a charge, and I've talked with several individuals on the board who have been very enthusiastic. Dr. Simpson sent out the charge to you, and hopefully you've had a chance to review it. But we are looking at the formation of a task force on achieving academic equity and excellence for Black boys. Now, there's been questioned, okay, sometimes you always see it Black and brown boys. Well, brown boys really denotes Latino or Hispanics. I would like this task force to focus on Black boys in particular, because even if we saw, as we saw the data today, it is that group that is at the top when it comes to the disciplinary data and at the bottom of test scores. And in regards to the term of using Black boys as opposed to Black males, you know, I have never liked the term. Sometimes you hear females talking about girls as, oh, those females. I said, wait a minute. You're not talking about a new species of bacteria. You're talking about a human being. You're talking about a person. And so I wanted to personalize this. These are children. These are just not males. These are little boys who want to learn. And I believe that. I believe strongly they want to learn and they need help. So, hence the term, Achieving Academic Equity and Excellence for Black Boys. And I want to thank Dr. Salmon for coining that phrase. I want to thank her for her letter. Did you see, Dr. Salmon, that I quoted you in a charge? She said...
I did see that.
You didn't see that? Oh, you did?
I did see it.
Yes. I said, okay, Dr. Salmon says the time is now. We have a call to action to work together to tackle the inequities and systemic racial barriers that persist for our Black students. And the purpose of this task force is to address that call and to answer that call. So the charge is there. The hour is late, so I won't read anything that's right there in front of you. I did want to point out a couple of changes and typos that have to be done. Under background, when they talked about the background of past task forces, there was in the third paragraph, it said 13 years later, scores on state assessments for Black boys have remained at the bottom, while their suspension and expulsion rates are consistently, and this should read, consistently highest among other ethnic and racial groups. And also in the fifth paragraph under background, in a recent letter, and again, I was quoting a recent letter, a segment of a recent letter from MAVE, the Maryland Association. That should be the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. If you please correct that. And then under the charge, there was a word left out of the title of the task force. It should read, under the charge, the Maryland State Board of Education provides the following charge to the task force on achieving academic equity and excellence for Black boys. And the charge is written there. The key thing is that the task force will be made of educators who have a demonstrated commitment and also demonstrated success with educating Black boys. That these are people who know how to do it. They are practitioners. They have experienced success. I've said it before at a board meeting. When we think about some of these single gender schools, some of these all boys schools, we don't hear about them suspending half of their student body. We don't see their test scores in the tank. You know, what are they doing? We can learn. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. I just I want to thank Dr. Melanie McCarthy. When I talked to her, she very readily said, I want to work with you on that. So I thank you, Dr. Melanie McCarthy. It always helps to have another person there to bounce off ideas and to share the load. Already I've been getting, each person has to apply to be on this task force. They have to submit a resume. They have to also submit a statement regarding what they feel they can lend, what experiences and skills they can lend to the work, because it is going to be a work, because we want to come up with a definite plan, a practical plan of strategies that we can share throughout the state. Because as Mr. Crawford said, I'm speaking into existence, Clarence. I said, Dr. Crawford, as Mr. Crawford said, you know, and he hasn't been on the board as long as I have. I tell you, Mr. Crawford, my teeth just grit every time I see over and over those test scores. And I think I am tired. I'm getting to that age now where I have to really focus on where I can do the most in the time that I have left. And so if we were going to continue just saying, well, this has always happened and we just go on to the next item. No, I said, I've got better things to do. I've got a work to do, but I want to do it here. So I'm glad. Thank you, General, for allowing me to present this to the board. Thank you. It's still a work in progress because we're still looking at timelines. The charge is all there. I would greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate your insights or suggestions. If you see anything that you would suggest that we do or anything that we cover, it's very comprehensive. At the same time, it's very focused. and it's focused on instruction. And I close with this. I know when we did the task force on discipline, my statement, my premise, and it still is, that you don't see boys who are on the honor roll disrupting classes and wandering the halls and bullying people. You don't see the boys who are learning, who are getting A's and B's and who understand their math and understand how to read. You don't see them. They're not the ones who are causing the commotion and keeping other children from learning. So this is a way to really treat the problem and stop running around and throwing money at the symptoms. Really concentrating on helping our Black boys. It may not be much. It may be what some people think a very simplistic approach, but to them, I would say, well, the comprehensive approaches, the 15-page or the 50-page mission reports, what have they done over the years? So a simplistic approach, but I believe it's an approach that will work. And so I'm going to leave it to the general to ask for discussion and motions. General?
Well, I will accept what you just said as a motion. And with that, and how could I ever say no to you?
You have. Many individuals have.
I just feel, I just understand your husband so much more.
I second the motion.
I was going to ask if Dr. McCarthy would like to second it as the Vice Chair.
I just
With
did.
that,
I second
discussion or comments? Yes, Dr. McCarthy did. She was the second as the Vice Chair. Are there questions, discussion?
This is Gail. I talked with Vermel. I am really happy that this is going to be done. If we let any of our students fail, then we have failed as adults. So we need to find out how can we make sure that the vast majority of them succeed. What is it that we need to do? I remember working with some of the students back when I was teaching and trying to find out what is it that sparks that fire and how can we work on improving it. I've got a couple of examples which I won't bore you with right now, but I think we need to look to see what can we do, because anything we fall short on this, we're failures. So thank you.
Oh,
Gail.
I also spoke with Dr. Green about this initiative, and I'm really excited that she's looking at it from a teacher's point of view and from what we can do in the classroom, boots on the ground right there where things are happening to help these boys. It's high time that we have an instructional initiative with teachers as the leads, because we're going to be the ones in the classrooms to find out what works and to make it happen for these boys. I hope that you get a lot of teachers vying to be on this committee from both the public sector and from some of the private sector places where they have made it work. But I hope we see a really good mix of people represented, and I'm really excited to see what you found. And then that we don't put it in a folder and put it away, but that we make it actionable. We find a way to make it happen. And not just talk about it, but do it. So,
yes. Thank you.
Great. Very good. Any other comments?
Chip DeShiel, I'd just like to say I also talked with Vermel about the formation of this task force, and I can't think of a more timely approach to an issue that is concerning the entire country. So I want to support what she has proposed for us, and I think it coming from the educational community is where any kind of systematic change needs to begin. So I think it's appropriate that our state board move forward, and I too look forward to hearing what the report will show, and then most importantly, acting on it with some intentionality, so that we can see results and changes that will make a difference for these young people. So I'm enthusiastically supporting the task force.
Thank you, Chip.
That's, one thing
General, this is Dr. Salmon. I just wanted to volunteer to assist the task force. We will provide whatever support Dr. Green and Dr. Millie McCarthy feel that they would like to have, and we'll be happy to talk about that.
Great.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Clover?
Yes, I was just saying, I'm very excited about it as well. There's also, you're also executing a
You're on mute.
Also, I said this is I fully support it, and that you're actually following a leading practice on transformation. My time with Deloitte is one of the top transformation firms in the world, and what the experts, if you talk to their merger and acquisition people, their transformation people, they tell you that the solution to solving the problems of the organization can be found if you simply look to the people in-house. They live with it, they know it works, they know what the issues are. So encouraging and engaging the teachers is the right way to go. They live with it, they see it, and they said, you know, these are the people that will own it. So yes, excited.
Thank you, Clarence. General, you on mute.
General.
I need somebody sitting next to me. Yeah. Dr. Lee wanted to also express her support and thank you for your efforts and for what you proposed, and she wanted you to know that she is supporting you. Are there any other comments or questions? Ms. Bodway?
Just very briefly, I want to very greatly express my support for this. I think it's certainly long overdue that we have really tough conversations, but also extremely timely. So all the best to the committee. I think it's incredibly important. So just wanted to share my unequivocal support in that regard.
Thank you, Noreen.
With that, I'd like to call for the vote. We are now at 12 members. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Schoen.
By voice vote, you have approval of the motion.
Thank you very much. And really, I think it was the second meeting that Dr. Green we were sitting close to each other, and she let me know this was coming no matter what. So congratulations, and I'm glad to see that it was finally here. Are there other members of the board to give committee reports or any comments?
Just very quickly, General, just an update on the superintendent search, just to let everyone know that we have started that process. We have a proposal or a solicitation that's out right now for firms. So we're hoping to get some firms to submit their proposals. Questions are due on the 26th. The solicitation closes on July 31st. So we're excited about that, and we just wanted to let everyone know that that's underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments by board members? I just want to let the people that are listening in, the board as a whole truly does understand these are unusual times, and in the next 2 months, as we look at what school is going to look like become this fall, the board wants to make itself available. It wants to be part of the discussions, and what we're proposing, and we will work with the superintendent, meeting once a month with all the things that are going to be discussed and need to be debated and decisions made. We are going to be looking to meet at a minimum twice a month, and probably trying to join in and be part of many of these discussions. So you will see more of that engagement by the board, and you will see that we will be meeting at least twice a month. And hopefully the agendas will not be quite as long, and we will be able to really give good thought and good discussion to those. And Ms. McCusker, I saw you raise your hand. What would you like to share with us?
I would just like to go back to what we were talking about with social and emotional learning. I discussed the possibility of maybe bringing forward a motion to have a work session, to convene a work session with teachers and counselors and education stakeholders to talk about what they feel like they need. I look forward to Dr. Salmon's presentation on what MSDE is doing towards socially and emotional learning. But I think it's really important that that the board hears from teachers and counselors on what they know about what their students need, what their students have told them that they need, what our stakeholders say that we need within the community, and that we can bring that very focused lens from the people that are working with our children in social emotional learning and what they feel like they need, and then how we're going to get the resources to develop that. So I'd like to officially put forth the motion to convene that work session.
As we had discussed, we've talked about that, and if everyone will remember, and Dr. Hardings reminded us, we did do work sessions the day before our meetings in the past, and the board has expressed a desire to do that again so that we can handle the discussions as you roll it up. And I will share that with the superintendent and their staff. And we really need to have all the stakeholders there. I think we actually identified one or two others that traditionally have not been seen as stakeholders, but probably need to be with the unusual times and what's happening with the pandemic. So with that, I thank you very much, and we will work on that work session. Last chance for any alibis. If not, I'd like to do something that I find very, very sad right now, and that is saying goodbye to a few of our board members that are departing. And it's Dr. Justin Hardings and Pastor Phillips and our student member, Miss Noreen Bodway. They have just been tremendous. I've had so many people tell me how mature and how engaged and how informed Miss Bodway is. She is a young lady, but she has the wisdom of someone twice her age, and I don't wish her to be that old, that quick. But you're something that is phenomenal, and I've been impressed, and other board members have just constantly said that on so many times. And Pastor Michael Phillips, I've learned a lot from you and your quiet demeanor, but you didn't speak a lot. But when you spoke with passion, you spoke with certainty, and you spoke for students. And that's why we're here. And for you as a board member, being with you for the last 2 years, it's been my honor, and I know that everybody else on the board feels the same way. Justin, I've known you for quite a few years. I came and sat in on the board meetings. I know some of the people that are your friends in your county. I know the years you served on the local board and how effective you were in Washington County. And I remember when I found out that you were being appointed to the state board, I think since Dr. Root from Allegheny County, you were the only local board member to be on the state board in many, many years. Your knowledge, your probing questions, your ability to break down the items and the arguments or the discussion and bring it into focus for everybody. It has been a blessing for the board. I've told you many times, I count you as a friend, and I'm sorry, folks, I've got to go there. He was Army too. He was an Army officer. So there's not any local school board background and MABE and now on the state board, but we've just have some really tremendous people that serve on the State Board of Education. And the time and the hours, I wish the people knew what your packets look like, what you're sifting through before the meetings, and the phone calls that go back and forwards on, please, what does this mean? Or it's tremendous. And as these three people leave, I believe Dr. Sampson, would you like to tell them what's behind door 2?
We will be sending a parting gift your way. We will mail out a cup to acknowledge a silver cup to acknowledge your service on the board and your number of years with the Maryland seal.
Well, it's
and also with invitations to attend as many future meetings as you would like.
The silver, by the way, the silver in color. It's Salisbury pewter. I'm sorry, but in any event, I do want to ask all three of you that when you have the time and the inclination, I hope you will still consider serving on boards and panels, because you've got all this knowledge over these years and we can still use your input, and we need to see your smiling face and have your counsel when you can give it to it. Please give that consideration in the future. Anything else from anyone else on the board? Once again, let me finish with the board. We will get to Mr. Schoen. Are there any other comments?
General Sumter, this is Michael Phillips. I just wanted to say to the board, it's been an absolute privilege to serve with all of you. Thank you, General Sumter, for your kind words. Dr. Green, kudos to you for your efforts to close achievement gaps for Black males. I didn't get the chance to talk with you directly only because I've been extremely busy in my pastoral role. That being said, I have no intention of leaving the education advocacy reform space. I will now turn my attention towards the charter management organization called Life Prep, of which I started, and I'm excited about that work, which will begin in West Baltimore, hopefully very soon. So thank you all, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Pastor Phillips.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, I'll just say as well, thank you, General Sumter, for the kind words. One of the real joys of my many years on school board service is the great people that I've been able to meet. It's a great place to meet other people who are passionate and really care about young people. So I thank you all for the work together, the friendships, the disagreements, the passion that each of us brings to the job. I've enjoyed it, and just thank the governor for the opportunity to serve. I wish you all well.
Ms. Bonway.
And I also would like to thank all of you and the public and the governor for always believing in me and the student voice, and all, I was just one student of 896,000, I think 837. And I think we always, even if we disagreed, we always had those kids at the forefront. So again, this is one of the greatest pleasures of my life to serve with you all. I guarantee it's probably not the last you'll hear from me, both as a Marylander and as an advocate for education. So again, thank you all very much.
Welcome. Dr. Green?
I wanted, first of all, again, to thank Pastor Phillips for your work with charter schools and with children. And Noreen, you know that I'm one of your fans. I think you're an old soul, and your wisdom. And Justin, you have been awesome. When you asked me to chair that task force on discipline, you know how I struggled with that.
I thought I was about to lose a friend when I did that.
But you know what? As I prepared this charge, I patterned it after the task force charge that you had done. And I thank you so much for your advice and your comments and your support. And I hope that you don't think that you're not going to hear any from us, especially from me, because I value wisdom. And wisdom doesn't always come with age. I value your wisdom and I value your experience. So I will keep. So please don't delete my number in your phone. So when it pops up, answer it. All right. Thank you.
You can count on it. That goes for all of you.
Thank you.
General Sumter, I'd like to also go on record to thank the board members that are departing for their ongoing support and concern for children, and just always dealing with the hard issues in the way that they need to be dealt with. And it's a hard job to be on the state board and always be under fire. And you've done a great job. And I'm going to miss all of you. And I hope that you will stay in touch. Thank you.
General, this is Gail. I would also like to thank all three of them. I have learned so much from each of you. I love the different perspectives, and you have hopefully will make me a better board member because of it. I've really appreciated your comments, your insight. Justin, I appreciated you inviting me up to Western Maryland to give me a heads up on what things were going to be about before I went on the board. But I really appreciate it. There's a lot of wisdom there, and I think you all have all made us a much better board. So thank you very much, and God bless you in the future.
Ms. Morrow, you.
So first of all, I appreciate being able to serve with everybody. Hopefully at some point we'll all be able to meet in person. Because I know this has been kind of a strange time for Ms. McCusker and I. I want to actually go back to the last item that Ms. McCusker brought up. Just for clarification, since we were not here back when you were doing the work sessions, what is the process for this to bring up topics for those work sessions? Is that something that we do in another format?
As you can give that to myself or the vice president, or whoever your presidents and vice president are in the future, or you can talk among the other board members, and then it just gets go on the agenda, and we take it into a work session.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly. With that, I'd like to ask Mr. Schoen to read in the opinions.
Thank you, General. If you all go on, please. I seem to get feedback when I come on. Thank you. We have three opinions to announce today. First is Aaron and Nicole Jackson versus Frederick County Board of Education. This was a redistricting case. It's opinion number 20-24. The state affirmed the local board decision. The second is MECCA Business Learning Institute versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was a request by a proposed charter school to waive certain state laws. This is opinion number 20-25. The state board affirmed the local board decision. And finally, we have Peter Stephan versus Prince George's County Board of Education. This was in a teacher evaluation matter. It was opinion 20-26, and the state board affirmed the local board decision. And I would also like to thank the departing board members for the assistance and also the assistance they've given me and their service to the state of Maryland and the state board.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion for it?
Yep. Warner, this is Chip DeShiel. I just wanted to add my thanks to Justin and Michael and Noreen as well. I'm relatively new to the state board, and when I first came and arrived and sat through a couple of meetings, when I heard the perspectives that were offered on the many issues that we have discussed over the last several months, and particularly in these unprecedented times, I've always come away with a different and better perspective because of the input of each of these three individuals. You have taught me a lot. I'm very grateful for it. And as Gail said, I think we're a much better and stronger board because of the insights and service that each of you have provided to the State Board of Education. So I thank you personally, and on behalf of our board, I thank you collectively for all that you have done to make things better for some kids in our state, and that's what it's all about. And I just wanted you to know how much I appreciated it from each of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chip.
Well said. Will you have a motion for adjournment?
So moved. Ramel Green.
Second, Lori Morrow.
Those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Schoen?
By voice vote, you are adjourned.
Yay.
Thank you all very much.
Bye, Justin. Bye, Noreen.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Phillips.
Bye, everybody.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.
Noreen, you're fourth.
Okay.